Breaking news. New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Viva Bojack. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? Hello. How we doing, everybody? Signed up for DSA and to volunteer for Flanagan? Hell yeah, that's what I love to see first time looking at chat tonight. Hello, everyone. Good God. And Spancom Cat, don't, like, you've been here long enough to know that it takes me some time to start the show some days. Come on, be a little patient. Hello, everyone. We are about to jump into another discussion with a friend of the show, Kobe Lane. It's going to be a good one. We're going to be talking about some of the aspects of her campaign we didn't get to last time she was on the show. And yeah, we're going to hopefully, fingers crossed, not have any tech difficulties. And we're going to do our best to do our best, you know? Looking gorgeous. Thank you. Causing good trouble at work? Hell yeah, Metal Kitty Mom. We missed you. How we all doing, folks? My formerly centrist mother is legit excited to be a Dem socialist now? Fuck yeah. Love it. All right, I do not have time to say hello to all of you because we're gonna try and get this up and running, and hopefully it plays nice. That reminds me. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. We will take a look at this, whatever it is.
But if you want to lead this country...
Oh, yes. We are going to be talking about Count Binface. This is perfect for that. We will take a look at that after the interview. Bit frazzled today, guys. Flying by the seat of my pants, as per usual. Be patient with me. And go. There we go. Okay. Don't like that. Get out of here. Here we go. All right. Folks, we're gonna turn off alerts. That is what I was gonna do. We're gonna turn off alerts, and then we're going to get Kobe Lane, gubernatorial candidate for Minnesota governor, on. So, without further ado, I'm gonna mute myself here, and we're gonna try and get this up and running. So I will BRB. Kobe Lane, candidate for Minnesota governor. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really well. We've had a pretty productive day today. We stopped by the Bernie Sanders rally. Um, what else did we do? I made a couple videos for the campaign. Yeah, it was a good day. It's getting to
Yeah.
the end of the day though.
Was that the one for Peggy Flanagan down at First Ave?
Yeah, the Peggy, Ilhan, Keith Ellison, and then Bernie. Yeah,
Yes. Ugh, it looked like such a. I wanted to go. It looked like it was going to be fire. I hope it was. I hope it was everything I I imagined it would be.
it looked good.
Um. All right. So, without further ado, I believe in the amount of time since you were here last on the show, you and your campaign have released your 100-day plan for Minnesota. Um, what do you want people to know about your plan? Because they can go and look at it, by the way, over on your website. It is available for everyone to download, look at, pick apart. But what do you want people to know about it?
Yeah, the thing that I think is most critical that I'd like to see more public servants in the future doing is building in an accountability tool. You can check my work. Day one, you can check off, like, have I seated people? Have I used the executive orders to protect against price gouging, things like that? A weekend, have I started seating commissioners and people to commissions? In the first budget, in the first policy year, can you see that I have, or can you see that I have not only delivered um, the bill, like the language to the legislature, but also the thing with ours is that when it comes to the budget and like the policy years, there's actually two check marks. There's one for me when I've delivered it to the legislature, and there's another one when they have passed it. And so a big part of that is not just voting for me, but sending me the legislators that will actually vote for these bills. So I think that I want to see other politicians put more accountability tools into their platforms, because a platform without a plan is just a bunch of broken or empty promises, and I refuse to be that type of person. Not only is it important for me to help myself accountable, but you should be able to hold me accountable as well. In that, I think we should also have like a public accountability dashboard. If something isn't getting through, the public should be able to know which office is holding it up, what we're waiting on. That way, people know who they can contact to help move this process along.
That sounds like such a wonderful innovation, and it sounds kind of like a formalization of what we've seen in places like New York City, where like Zoran Mamdani Like a lot of people have been talking about how he is such a clear communicator about what he's doing, what the city is doing for people, etc. This seems like a very natural evolution from that, where it's now not just like, oh, someone's putting together a video every day that you see on social media, but instead there would be an actual tool to like check progress on different initiatives and different priorities.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because it also helps get people more involved too.
Yeah. It kind of welcomes the public into the process of making these initiatives reality.
Exactly. Yes. And that's the biggest thing is a lot of people feel very disaffected. Like our politics is just happening behind closed doors. They don't know who is managing some of these decisions, where the conversation needs to go, because some of the things that will happen will be genuine bottlenecks that we will run into, and it's about being honest about that. But the public deserves to not remain in the dark on those. So one, it's on me to be transparent and speak on that, but two, having some sort of dashboard on the state website that they can see for themselves.
Why do you, I know this is calling for maybe a little bit of speculation, but why do you think that that isn't more of a common place? That seems like such a good idea. Why is that not something that's incorporated more into our political system?
That's a great question. I'm just going to speculate here, but given that there's so much money in our political system that does not belong to the people, I think they're really nervous to say that where they're going to act on these things because really they have to navigate a lot more stakeholders than the people are privy to. And so if they say we're going to have a 3% cap on rent increases, they might actually have to hold themselves accountable to that. And so some people who know that what they're saying are just platitudes, uh, uh, it becomes dangerous for them to have a tool because they're not intending to keep themselves accountable, or they're going to try and obfuscate in whatever ways in which they can to make it seem like it's someone else's fault. Because a lot of our government keeps batting this blame back and forth, but I really think it's the money that's in our political system that it's easier to say Republicans block this bill or Democrats block this bill rather than saying, hey, I took $250,000 from APAC and I just can't vote for this. So instead, they try to say that, the other side is blocking it. They're not really divulging who their corporate donors are that are really in a little piece in their ear telling them how to vote.
Yeah, and I think that combines nicely with this next question I was planning to ask you. Did you like you in a recent interview with Courier Minnesota? You talk about trickle down economics and kind of blast it for the way it's kind of been sold to a lot of folks in America and just hasn't delivered at all. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit for folks here about that?
Yeah, one of the best ways I've heard it explained, I don't know if you know who Richard Wolff is.
Yes.
He's an economist, but he talks about how in the example even of like communism, it's not necessarily its own. I mean, it is an ideology, but what it really is it's a critique of capitalism that says if capitalism, free market capitalism, is so star spangled awesome, why is it that we haven't seen the reduction in, childhood poverty? Why haven't we seen, people's rising weight, the cost of living keeping up with wages? Vice versa, excuse me, wages with the cost of living. And so it really is just a commentary for this Courier article saying that like, this was our parents' generation. If we want to extend some level of grace and say perhaps it wasn't quite tried in the way that they had prior knowledge for per se, that maybe they were trying something new, but like come on, like the millennials got the short end of the stick. At least Gen Z is getting up here and like getting the cusp of hopefully some change that's on the horizon. I think that democratic socialism is coming and it's here to stay too. I think it's something that our country, our political system is going to have to reckon with, especially in the age of information. People know that there is money in politics. People know that they're feeling cheated, and they're hearing that other people are feeling cheated too in this.
Yeah, and it is interesting because I am increasingly seeing in more mainstream forums that specific kind of democratic socialism versus more big business friendly liberalism kind of coming to a head with each other. For a great example of this is actually a recent Star Tribune piece about Amy Klobuchar kind of cozying up to big business in Minnesota, and you're mentioned actually as kind of the uh, exemplifying the antithesis of that, or at least a criticism of that. And I guess when it comes down to, because it's not like your platform is devoid of anything that talks about like helping businesses or anything like that. Why do you think that it's viewed as almost like you are against big business in a lot of these mainstream places? Like it's painting you with, I believe, an unfair brush. um I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to our economy, I think that people get so wrapped up in this idea of our infrastructure being centered around business. If you don't have a business, you don't have a job. And if you don't have a job, you can't afford anything. But we need to bring it back to the frame of people work at jobs. Our government is supposed to be organized around people. If our economy actually worked and we allowed people to decide where our economy will go, we have such a consumer economy, and it's not even necessarily that people want to buy all these particular products. It's that they don't have any market power to actually, drive the market in where people want new products and services. They just get to consume what's pushed to them, whether that's Labubu toys. My apologies if others are really into the Labubus. Um, or just, I just think about all of the Instagram and TikTok ads for things that, may be nice to have, but it's just being pushed at you. And a lot of people are getting tired of this old consumerism. And so we're really just pushing people to buy things for the sake of buying them, not necessarily around like what are the needs of our society. You know, when we build our budget, I think we should build it with the needs of people in mind. Let's start with education, health and human services first. We'll see what are the needs for people's basic human needs. And then we'll look at what we have left over for, what can we put into worker cooperatives through the Department of Employment and Economic Development? What can we put into making sure that um, we're protecting our environmental resources and then building our way out. I've heard this phrase that a matriarchy is truly about putting children at the center in our society and making sure they have what they need. That means making sure children have housing, and if children have housing, that means their parents have housing. If we make sure that children have food, like with like the school lunch and breakfast program, Lord forbid we should spend our money on nourishing our children. That means that we're taking some of that cost burden off of our parents to make sure that children are at least nourished in our country. If we make sure that our energy grid supports children, make sure no one goes without heat in the winter or, AC in the summertime. If we really build our economy around the needs of people and then seeing what we have for disposable income and allowing the market to see what people really want. Maybe they want to invest in some art. Maybe they want to do a little bit more scientific um, innovation. But instead of letting these tech bros tell us what the future of our economy is going to be, I think we should do more to really put people at the center and not just like the the idea of what the average Joe is, but like the summation of human experiences across our 5.7 million Minnesotans in this state. Yeah,
You
so that was a long roundabout answer for we need to put
yeah.
people first.
Well, and you mentioned something in there about democratic worker co-ops. Can you I know you've talked about this on social media. We talked about it a little bit last time, but we ran into some tech issues. Um and I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on what what is your vision for democratic worker co-ops in the state? Why do you think that they're important? And how does that fit in with like a people-centered approach to the future?
Yeah. Absolutely. So, my vision, if we start on what are the issues that worker cooperatives face? The main issue is that many of them can't access starter capital. I spoke with one worker cooperative early in this campaign, and they really struggled to find financing because everyone is a shared owner in the business. Therefore, everyone has an equal percentage of the business. But many traditional banks want to have, one or two guarantors on the loan, and so when they're, asking people on an application, like how many people have more than 5% stake in the company, and it's like, well, technically no one does because we have, 24 employees. And so um, it's really providing that startup capital for these worker cooperatives because the interest is there. Uh, there are so many people who are like interested in what they call converting worker cooperatives. So that means, maybe Larry wants to sell off his bait and tackle business because he's at the end of his life and he just doesn't want to take care of the business anymore. And instead of selling it off to, Blackstone to be the next investment vehicle. He's like, you know what, my workers, I'll sell it to them. But the struggle is they can't find access to financing in order to purchase that, where they all can work collaboratively together. And so I think the real avenue and how we get this all up and started, that is the task at hand, truly. I don't know if I want to be someone who is trying to direct certain industries because a lot of the purpose of my desire in worker cooperatives is to leave it in local control. If you live in Bemidji or Hermantown, or you live in Owatonna or Rochester, and if you want a worker cooperative and you and your neighbors, your friends have identified actually a really good area of commerce, whether that's in agricultural, farming, maybe you're creating some sort of product, maybe we're bringing back textiles or creating like an artwork cooperative of sorts. It's about making sure that we have financing available for them to start those. So it's not necessarily the state saying these are the industries that we must create. It's your community doesn't want to be ruled by Holiday and the Dollar General. Maybe you have a Walmart in your town. Like, it's one way in which we can finally fight back against these larger conglomerates as we think about publicly traded companies like Target or Walmart or uh, I I guess Amazon, but that's maybe not more of a startup size. Um, and so, yeah, I guess the long roundabout answer for this one is just really it's about this is an area where I think local control of their economy really does matter because people deserve to choose what they want to do for work and how they want to support their economy.
And I know that a lot of your campaign has spent time doing listening sessions across the state, and like especially in more rural parts of the state. And I guess I was curious about how, when you talk about democratic worker co-ops, how is that received in greater Minnesota?
I think that's where a lot of the education is. I guess I can't speak to exactly the I haven't spoken to someone like from a particularly rural town that was super interested. The ones that I had spoken to was one in, I think it was the St. Cloud area. It was a salon where they wanted to buy it out. I think a lot of the work ahead of us is educating people that there is a pot of money available for you to either do a conversion or doing a startup, although those are a little more expensive in terms of financing, just because they need a lot of resources. Um, yeah, conversions, from what I've heard with it's an organization called Cooperative Development Services out here of in Minnesota, but they said conversions are a little bit more of the avenue that most businesses take. I think I think it takes a matter of connecting people to resources. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think that the state needs a more robust tool for connecting people to resources, whether that is housing, whether that is business financing. I know if I imagine myself starting a business today, my first thought would be, ask the Small Business Administration. But a lot of people probably don't know much more than that. So if we had a singular area, like with a public accountability dashboard or something, we could build in a tool that shows people all the exact offices they need to apply to. Um, yes, I'm thinking about this all as we
Yeah.
go.
Uh, Absolutely. And I guess to play just devil's advocate for a moment, I know that when I talk about worker co-ops on my show, there are oftentimes conservatives in the audience who will be like, "Well, why should the state be putting up money at all for these democratic worker co-ops?" And so, just to put it to you, what is your argument? Why should the state be investing in democratic worker co-ops?
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a lot of these rural communities, what I would say is, I think you and I can agree that the power of hard work is very important. And I think that those who are doing the labor of, putting in your 40 hours every week should be able to enjoy what is created from that. I can tell them that there's a certain class of people who actually make their money from no hard work at all. Their hard work is holding a piece of paper that says a certificate of ownership, whether that's in a share of the company, whether that's they are the official business owner. I think that a lot of them, I feel like a lot of folks who are hesitant about worker cooperatives are because they maybe don't trust one or two people on their team, and they're like, Jeffrey and Sue, they're knuckleheads. I wouldn't want them being in charge of any business decisions. And what I would say to that is, do you trust everyone else on your team, to as a group decide what's best? How many times have people been passed over for bonuses or raises or felt like they weren't included in a decision that really you have some great insights that you want to bring in, but because you're not, maybe a vice president of the company, or you're not a senior manager, that you just are overlooked in your input. It's about making sure that we're not only democratizing our political structures, but that we're democratizing our economy as well. We don't want, it's like the phrase, like, we don't want kings, but yeah, we somehow allow it in our economic system. The CEOs by any other name would be a king in our economy, and arguably sometimes I think CEOs have more power than our elected officials do. They can operate as much as they want under the free market capitalism, versus our elected leaders are bound by the Constitution. So, yeah, I think it's a lot of education. I think that's where the work is ahead of me, is kind of like getting people to understand, like, what is it that is better about worker cooperatives, and getting them to know that they get the ownership, they also get the benefits of it. Another phrase I might use that some either conservative folks or just other folks that happen to live in rural Minnesota is like, can we use the example of, do you believe people take care of things that they own? And I assume for most people, the answer will probably be yes. And so it's like, well, if you had ownership in the company you worked for, do you think that you'd be incentivized to work harder? Do you think that you would like to make sure you're a part of this team, to make sure that not only you are benefiting, but everybody in your community is doing better? Another reason to support worker cooperatives is, if there's some sort of market shock, you're not going to see your hometown, you're the business in your hometown, pick up and head to Vietnam or head to Laos or somewhere else where the corporate class continues to get the benefits, but the only difference is now you've lost your job, and now they're using child labor, other labor violations in other countries. Uh, yeah, long roundabout way of saying that, yeah, worker cooperatives almost always stay in the community. They absorb the shock. If there's like some sort of hit to the economy, it's most likely that you're going to take a reduction in hours. You might take, a couple dollars an hour pay cut, but that no one person is going to bear the burden of any of the negative effects of business. It's that you all share it. You all win together, and you lose together.
And it also seems like I talk a lot about democratic worker co-ops as well, but it keeps the money also local, because if people are getting paid more locally, that's more money circulating in your local economy.
Yes.
Uh,
So, sorry, go ahead.
oh no, go you first.
I was gonna say that kind of leads me into my segue into like why I'm really wanting to go after like publicly traded companies. Like I want to see us have a $25 an hour minimum wage for publicly traded companies, making sure that they're required to do union elections annually, making sure that workers on strike, people in unions can tap into unemployment insurance. Because what this ultimately comes down to is the classic phrase like great power comes great responsibility. And oftentimes, when we think about taxing and what should people be paid, they often leave out the fact that the Walmarts, the Targets of the world, have so much market power that what have they done to compensate the ma and pa shops that have gone out of business because they cannot compete with the Walmarts and the Targets? And so that's partially why I'm fighting for a progressive corporate tax rate, because we're not trying to go after the ma and pa like shops. They think they should play a lower corporate rate. But when we get up to the Targets, the Amazons, the Nikes, the Abercrombie and Fitch, insert whatever larger brands, they are the ones that need to be compensating the people of Minnesota for the power that they have, because a lot of the externalities they haven't paid for.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to say before we move on from worker co-ops that it seems to me that a lot of people a lot of people just haven't ever heard the case for worker co-ops before. And if they like, I think it's actually a very intuitive idea to a lot of people. I think that especially in rural America, because I grew up in spending my summers in you know Moose Lake and like Brainerd and all across Minnesota, uh, and I saw those Walmarts roll in, and you could see in a lot of these small towns, like it would just destroy all of the mom and pop shops. They slowly went out of business over the years, and I can think of like I think it's a very compelling message to put out there. Hey, this is a way to save rural America. Like this is the vehicle to do that. If you don't want your entire town steamrolled into a parking lot for your local Walmart and Home Depot, like this is the way to do it.
Yeah, because otherwise, we could put the dollars up for a traditional business, but then again, you only get one or two people who get the benefits of business ownership, and then everybody else makes some sort of wage labor. And so it's almost like we're just kicking the can down the road. A worker cooperative really is the way to allow communities to take control of their economy. Take control of the benefits of what happens through their business. Like you said, a lot of that money stays local, and what the end goal is that we'd have, I'll shoot out a random number, 10,000, cooperative enterprises across the state, and they are doing in concert together for coordinating supplies. And so everybody is helping Minnesota communities across the state, whether they need supplies or services. Um, and that way it's just not being I come back to this extractive element. Like I think about, yes, does Walmart pay their employees not enough? 12, $13 an hour is not enough. And so you see all of that go out to people who are probably not going to visit most rural communities that will ever have a Walmart. And so really you're just paying dues to your landlord, the Walmart landlord. I think that getting to a place where we can actually have a sustainable cooperative enterprise, an ecosystem of cooperatives, that's the task at hand. But I think it starts with providing funding to get that up and going, because there are some organizations that are working on the financing piece of it. We just need to kind of get it jump started.
Another component of kind of reinvigorating the state is housing, of course. And when most people talk about building housing, they're really talking about building it up, especially in cities. your Minneapolis, your St. Paul, and the surrounding suburb areas. But your plan specifically talks about building in greater Minnesota, which I found very refreshing. Can you talk a little bit more about that plan and what exactly it entails?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's passing either like housing infrastructure bonds or other um, rental assistance, just to make sure that people aren't like kicked out of their homes. But I think that we absolutely need to build a lot more homes as we think about a lot of rural communities. They are aging. They are, it's called the rural brain drain. I wrote a bit about it in undergrad, which is this concept that says a lot of students, what they do is they graduate high school, they leave to go to college, but they never have the opportunities to return to their hometowns. And so it's making sure that we're building housing in rural Minnesota because right now we have a huge shortage. I know on my tribal listening session tour, that was the resounding theme was that there's just not enough housing, for people who want to live within their communities still. Um, and if we want to think about rural economic revitalization, there's people need a place to go as we think about work from home options and what the advent of work from home on a more serious scale since COVID has brought us is there are a lot of people who would love to live, up at their cabin. Maybe they would only own one home and they would make it that cabin. And that frees up housing not only in the Twin Cities, it allows people to just have a little bit more freedom of where they go, but they can't go anywhere if it feels like they're only locked into a select number of housing units. Thinking supply and demand, like if we build more housing, that helps address the housing costs across the state. Coupling that with the 3% rent cap that we want to do, which I believe is in the
Hmm.
plan as well. Because ultimately, what this is about is I'm not going to promise that I can fix all of the issues in the state in 4 years. I like to remind myself that if public governance was easy, we'd have solved the world's problems by now. But what I will know I will have succeeded if we can have set up the system to slowly over time heal itself. So when you have build more housing and that helps bring down the cost, and then you have like a rent cap of 3%, it helps allow your paycheck to catch up to where your housing is. When you keep it at 3%, it makes it less attractive as an investment vehicle. And so people will be more likely to find some other avenue to invest their vehicle rather than invest their money, rather than, um, you know, where was I? Yeah, they'll find something else to invest in, whether that's, stocks or something. But yeah, in just housing, we're trying to make housing a fundamentally unattractive investment vehicle. We're trying to make it ugly so people don't think about putting their money there.
Yeah. You did, however, in your 100-day plan, you mentioned that new buildings would be exempt from rent rules for 15 years. And can you elaborate on that? And like, you know, because I would appreciate it because it seems like that might be something that might be rife for like loopholing through some of these proposals.
Yes, I absolutely see where you're coming from. So what we found was in St. Paul, for example, they had initially done it the way that I had described. It was a
Hmm.
3% cap, and I think it had an exemption up to 8% given like if the landlord could provide receipts that like, property taxes, utilities, whatever that summation is. But housing permits actually fell dramatically. And so new housing just full on stopped. And so it's this particular rule follows what the St. Paul ordinance has done with that 15-year gap. I agree. It feels like it's compromising. That like just feels like they're going to jack up the rent really fast on this new development. Um, and so that is where the work is ahead of us, is making sure that we are not watching them price gouge, but at least making sure that we've maintained current housing stock that has affordability measures, built into it.
Is that do you think that that's maybe an area where if there aren't investors willing to build those new buildings, that is that do you think an area where the state would step in and be building?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that there is room for the state to provide for provide for incentives, but I don't want to see like the corporate developers be the first ones to get that money. I want to see it being like I want to see it be like Jimmy Carter's Habitat for Humanity, where like they're the ones who get the funding first because they're the ones that go into it with a model of like not profiting off of people's
Mm.
housing. And so I think if we set up the system so that those kind of actors get the first dibs at the funding, but yeah, because I can 100% see private developers trying to find their loopholes to carve out to see if they can get their money. But if we make sure that it doesn't go there first, I think that they'll have a much harder time.
Okay. To pivot a little bit, obviously everyone in the state of Minnesota has been affected by the smoke coming from the wildfires in the Boundary Waters in Canada. And um, what like Minneapolis for a day had the dubious honor of being the world's worst air quality. Um, the federal government is now lashing out at Canada and degrading Minnesota's relationship with our friends north of the border in Canada. As governor, what would you do to both maintain that relationship between our state and Canada, as well as address the air quality concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first thing that we need to do is make sure that we're having a robust conversation around like controlled burning. I saw somewhere that a lot of the issue is built into a lot of these areas haven't had any sort of burns or any sort of clearing out, and so you see a lot of detritus like on the bottom of the forest floors, and that's what creates a lot of this fuel. I'm not an ecologist by training, and I don't pretend to be.
Uh-oh.
I
Oh.
will listen to the experts on this one, but I know that there is room for a lot more collaboration. If we got to reach out to Ontario, have like the Minnesota Environmental Protection Agency or Pollution Agency reaching out and having a conversation, because this is one area where like our environment is no longer defined by borders. This is about collaboration between all the stakeholders. I'd love to bring tribal leaders in to see like how all we can work together. I can't imagine what northern Minnesota looks like as we think about Boy Ford, as we think about Grand Portage, and we think about people who are homeless and what this air quality has done for
Hmm.
that. And Lord forbid we don't have universal health care. Just, you know, I I refuse to believe that we can't do anything about this. Not even to mention like data centers. Like
Oh.
we already have an arid climate up in northern Minnesota that's leading to some of this. So sucking up millions of gallons of water from our water table, we need to do something.
Yeah, and speaking of the water table, one of the things that you talk about in your plan, and you've talked about on the campaign trail, is range jobs in up in the Iron Range, and you talk about the future of taconite mining as opposed to copper nickel sulfide mining. What exactly is the relationship there? Like what is the concern for folks who have no reference for what mining in Minnesota is like?
Yes. So copper nickel mining is it's a form of mining that can lead to a lot of pollution that leads to um like acid rain. It's just very toxic for the environment, and the mineralization that we would get is so low that we would just be like it would be like ripping up, you know, the entire carpet of your home for like a tiny gold bead, essentially. And so it's just so not worth it to pursue that. We currently have taconite mining, which is basically mining for iron ore that later gets refined into steel, and that's been one that has been touted as being one of the reasons why the U.S. won World War II, is because a lot of the iron that went into shipmaking came from Minnesota. I think in the year of our Lord 2026, I think that an extraction economy isn't the path forward. I mentioned at the DFL state convention that when it comes to these mining and the potential for cleanup if any pollution got into our national boundary waters, um, it would be it would be catastrophic. Um, and it would be the end of northern Minnesota in some ways. And so I'm very much of the persuasion that like I would sooner invest $1 billion in transitioning our economy away from mining than to pay for $1 billion cleanup should any catastrophic cleanups need to happen if the copper nickel mining ever spilled over into the waterways. And while we're in in that breath, wouldn't it be nice if we invested in worker cooperatives?
Exactly. And you make a connection in a lot of your campaign materials between, this prohibition on copper nickel mining and also a concern for, our water supply. We're the land of 10,000 lakes. Many people, like, that's basically the only thing they know about Minnesota if they're from outside. And you connect it with the growing of manumin. I'm not quite sure on the
Manuman.
manumin. There we go. Which is better known as wild rice, which is grown in Minnesota. And what exactly, is it that the environmental conditions for growing manumin need to be just so in order to protect its growth and harvesting? You also obviously plays into indigenous land use and rights. And I guess I was just curious because it appears multiple times in a lot of your campaign materials.
Yeah, so Manuman is sacred to many tribes, and so if the best way I can describe it is see Manuman or wild rice as like yet another family member. And so if we are going to protect, Minnesotans, Manuman being one of them, it's about making sure that the standards that we write make sure that they are at a bar that makes sure that they don't damage Manuman production. One of the treaty rights that are one of the rights that are given through the treaties that we've signed, the U.S. government and many of the tribes, is this law called, or is a right called, oh, why am I not thinking of it? Obfactory? No. I can't remember the exact word, but basically they have a right to fish, they have a right to hunt, even if it's, not on, um, reservation land, but as long as it's within the treaty borders that are drawn. But it's making sure that we are protecting that not only for them, but for our own sake. Um, yeah, and a lot of that is making sure that our environment isn't too acidic, which going back to the copper sulfide mining, which is to get the nickel underneath. So you might hear copper nickel mining as well. Um, yeah, I feel like I wanted to answer it. Do you want to clarify
No,
your question again?
I guess I was curious, like, what the significance of Manuman is, because it appears so many times in your campaign materials. And I think that a lot of folks who don't have contact with many indigenous people have no real reference. Like, it might be something that they see when on a road trip through, northern Minnesota at, like, sold at gas stations and such. Like, but it's just kind of like, oh, that's a roadside tchotchke novelty or something like that. And so I guess I was curious both how that connected with mining, and the water table, but also what the significance of it is, if you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So one way to kind of talk about it is, I believe it was back when it was Pipeline 8. Why do I feel like that's the wrong number? But there were like concerns with it damaging, some of like the wetlands.
Mhm.
This is ultimately about the wetlands that foster wild rice, and wild rice being a sacred member for tribal nations. It's about making sure that we are protecting that. And as we see tribes as government to government relationships, we're partners in being stewards of our environment, and that means being a good steward to make sure that we're not damaging Manumin. For example, I believe it was 2 years ago. It might have even been three now. We strengthened the stand or like what the definition of wild rice is in Minnesota, um, giving it almost like a personhood. I think there's some work that still needs to be done to give it like full personhood is the best way I can describe it, and that way it can be like so that if you're just like if a pipeline or a mining project is going to damage some wetlands, it gives more of a legal framework for not only the state to sue on, but tribes to sue on as well, because we've granted it this personhood. You've done material damage through negligence or through, malicious intent. A lot of where this comes from is making sure that we're setting up our systems so that we can take advantage of protecting our environment year round. The legislative session is, arguably 4 months, but I'd say even two if you want to count committee deadlines before they start just debating them wholesale on the Senate and House floors. So given that there's like a 2 month window, it's about making sure that we can use the court system should there be any bad actors in those other, 8 months, is kind of why I was bringing this forward as an
Yeah.
important feature of our plan.
And when you like, I can see, the Alpha News headlines now, oh, personhood for rice. And like when you say that, you mean like a kind of a scaffolding of legal protections that afford like the strongest kind of legal protections we have to protecting wild rice.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I like the way you use that legal scaffolding. You're not the first person in my life to use that quite a bit, and I like that term, scaffolding. Um,
Okay.
oh, and I remembered, it's usufructory rights.
Oh my gosh.
If you want some homework, it's usufructory rights, but those are basically the rights that are granted that allow Indigenous members to continue to fish, farm, harvest. Um, yeah,
I feel like that is a word that requires some careful enunciation. Um,
absolutely.
okay, so I also wanted to talk because one of our technical difficulties happened last time while you were talking about your relationship, your campaign's relationship with the tribal nations, and I wanted to kind of pick up that thread and talk about it because I know you've done listening sessions with those tribal nation leaders, and I was wondering kind of what you got out of that and how they received your campaign. Just talk about your experience.
Yeah, absolutely. So to start off, so we met with a member from Red Lake. We met with the council from Fond du Lac. We also met with Grand Portage, and then we met with Upper Sioux over in Granite Falls. And the way I would describe those experiences is nothing short of an honor. 6 months ago, a year ago, I was just a Joe Schmo who went about my life. And so getting to do this campaign and getting, you know, people to take you seriously in some way and be like, "Oh, if there's a chance you could be the future governor, like, yeah, let's sit down, let's have a conversation." Um, the resounding theme for at least a few of them was that it feels like the state has really neglected them. They might throw them a bone every once in a while, but the state of it is honestly kind of heartbreaking, where it feels like they want to bring them in as like a collaborative partner, but they want to retain all the decision-making authority. And I think that's why in our platform, the way that we have some of these set up is we want tribes to be like the chairs of some of like the commissions or task forces, because they're ultimately what impact their treaty rights. It impacts their environments that are guaranteed to them from the treaty rights. Um, I even had one lesson that I really took to heart was we had been using the term land back, and one member had made the comment that like it kind of is a white people's topic because it's like land back to who? Because we like the land does not belong to people, not even indigenous neighbors or like in nations. It's almost kind of inverse. It's that we belong to the land. And so for us to have real connection to that land, real like seeing land not as a thing, but yet another person. And so it's truly this reciprocal caring for one another. It was kind of one of the lessons that was really beautiful to have explained to me. um, it left me very hopeful. It left me very inspired to continue caring for the land. It made me realize that, like, I know nothing about how to properly care for our environment. And I think that's why we need a lot of these tribes, or we need all of the tribes in on the conversation and having some power behind that so that they can have teeth on how that we care for our environment. Like I had mentioned, this really is a government to government relationship. So it's seeing them as friends. It's seeing them as co-creators in our environment and the ways that we care for it.
And did you come away from that with kind of an idea of how do you put, you know, we belong to the land? Because I think that that's especially in American legal systems may be very difficult to like change the perspective of how the law works. But like how would that change how we do things if we were to adopt, and maybe that's a really big question, obviously.
Yeah,
um
no, this is a great question. I think it's less of, and I think this is kind of the, and I know you didn't mean any harm by this, but I think that's fundamentally the thing is we try to like co-opt things into a slogan or like try to get people to see it in a different way. But it's really showing with our actions. What does it mean to care for our environment? What does it mean to, lead with our tribal communities instead of like leading in front of these tribal communities? And so I guess today I don't have the exact answer, but I know that it's less about what we say about it and it's more what we do about our environment.
I can get behind that. um and I I feel like I should bring this up. In 2021, Governor Walz created the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Office, and um, historically an overlooked issue in America and in Minnesota, especially. They draw their funding from specialty license plates, and there's currently a $12 million shortfall when it comes to rewards for information or for finding people who are missing. Um, can you talk a bit about that problem? Because one of your campaign promises is to fully fund uh, the MMIR office. And I guess I want to give the floor to you to talk about the issue that it's seeking to solve, and how you would go about funding it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when it comes to building our budget, I think that it's really important that yet again we build our budget in there first. If we think about centering our society around the needs of children, if people's mothers are going missing, if people's two spirit relatives are going missing, it really impacts the child. And so this is one area where I think that we can put some money up to make sure that we are clearing these cold cases, that we can make sure that we are finding different relatives, whether they're being killed, sex trafficked, you know insert other ways they're being disappeared. And so I guess for me it's giving dedicated funding for it built into our budget. I don't like that, this concept that many people in our polity will say, that it's just like, oh, where are you going to get the money for that? As if like you have to raise a new tax for the exchange of finding our indigenous neighbors. Like, have we lost our humanity if we have to find other, if we can't build our budget that includes funding the missing and murdered indigenous relatives office? Um, so yeah, I would say it's probably going to be some sort of discretionary funding, something probably from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension or some other Department of Public Safety kind of funds. But I'll make sure that we get funds there as one of the first places we put our funds.
Absolutely. It's always struck me as very strange that people are averse to funding an office that's literally dedicated to finding missing persons. Like,
Yes.
why would you not want that fully funded? Um, Very bizarre. One of the issues you talked about earlier was a type of brain drain and housing in greater Minnesota. And one of the issues that has been increasingly more of a problem is nursing homes in Minnesota. It's projected we're going to need like 35,000 by 2030, somewhere around there. And there's a lack of beds, there's bad employment conditions. The nursing home organizations recently tried to sue the state because the standards board implemented a minimum wage for employees, and the nursing homes are just like, we don't want to pay a minimum wage to our employees that allows them to live. And despite all this growing need, more nursing homes have been shuttering down, which of course exacerbates the need. So all of these issues are huge, but how would you cut through these issues to make sure elderly Minnesotans receive quality care?
Yeah, absolutely. I love this question. So back in 2023, I actually worked as the committee legislative assistant on our Human Services Reform Committee, and we tackled this exact topic. And I can't speak on exactly the issue, like based on how like the last budget was built in or with this particular law change. But what I do know is that in much of the health and human services is that the reimbursement rate for a lot of these services is terribly low. And so it's less like, I think for many businesses, I don't want to color the entire industry. I'm sure there are some that are more malicious. But I think for the vast majority of the industry on the whole, it's that the reimbursement rates are too low. And so it's not that they don't want to pay more, it's just the state, it's hard to pay someone $25 an hour when the state's only going to give them, $12 an hour, because they have to come up with that revenue. And as a lot of the people who are in nursing homes to begin with are people who are on medical assistance, they're on Medicaid, Medicare, and these are the rates. And so it's the fundamental business question of how do you keep these doors open? Um, I think that we need to again build our budget around the needs of our communities, especially when we think about the two largest employers in rural Minnesota, education and healthcare. And precisely like you're saying, it's the nursing homes, it's the disability services. And so it's making sure that we are increasing those reimbursement rates. I know that right now with Donald Trump's one one big bullshit bill, I um that it's not going to get better very soon, but with the next president, hopefully we can get significant funding passed in order to like help save our health and human services. However, what we can do is pass the Minnesota Health Plan so that it covers long-term care, covers disability services, and if we passed it on day one, hypothetically, it still would take us about 2 years to build that system and get it off the ground. So in the short term, it's making sure that we are setting aside that money to make sure that the funds are paid for these higher wages. It's going to be a really, really big pinch. I look forward to seeing what the collaborative conversation is with the legislature. Um, but what I know is in proposing my budgets, it's a building our budget first around education, health and human services first, because that's one that's very near and dear to rural communities, communities in the Twin Cities, as we think about disability services, the Olmstead Plan decision. So it's making sure that people with disabilities don't lose access to their communities. They're not just like shuffled into wards like they were, 60, 70 years ago, where they're just locked out of sight, out of mind. It's important that we're funding, the CADI waiver program, which stands for the Community Access of Disability and Disability Inclusion. That just makes sure that they get a chance to like, People with disabilities can go to the mall, with their support professional. They can go out and do things, that they live a full life. Um, I think that's important to build for our state first.
Absolutely. And over the past 48 hours or so, there have been 2 mass shootings in Minneapolis, and occurring within 24 hours of each other. Um, how would you address gun violence in the state as governor?
Yeah, I think we definitely need an assault weapons ban. I think that it is finally time that we do away with it. Or with assault weapons. The potential for harm is far too great, because it's also not only your right to bear arms, but it's the rights of people to be free from gun violence. People deserve to go to the mall, walk their neighborhoods without feeling like gun violence is going to break out. Yeah. Also, I know that what we can do is, I believe the state had passed in their bill. You can put like, what do you want to call it? Like, they reduced the mag size, so instead of being like 10 or 12 rounds, I think it's capped at 8 rounds, if I remember correctly. I might have that part exactly wrong. Um, yeah, this is the fundamental question in this day and age. I'm interested to see what the legislature would pass. I think the thing that matters to me most is that people deserve to feel like their elected leaders are doing something about gun violence. Um, Yeah, so I want to see if they can get that bill passed, the one that Lisa Dama just left on the table,
Yeah.
our Speaker of the House, for those of you who aren't in Minnesota. I'd have to refamiliarize myself with that bill, but from what I remember reading, it was fairly good. I think the dicey part is, given that we have a tyrannical federal government, and being someone who is a minority that is not, that the federal government is not friendly to, I can understand the apprehension of disarming, and I'm not entirely sold that disarming is the answer, but I think that I'm willing to listen to all of my advisors on this as one of the most important issues of today.
Absolutely. Um, and oh, I forgot to ask when we were talking about the nursing homes. Um, you talk a lot about ending the sub minimum wage. Um, what exactly does that mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So the sub minimum wage is what allows companies to hire people who have disabilities that are at dramatically low wages. So I imagine it's someone, maybe someone has an intellectual disability, and so they come into, say, a grocery store, and they just kind of face the shelves. But that means that their employer can pay them, say, like $2 an hour, like $2 an hour. Yeah.
Oof.
So it's about ending that program, which they had a task force that they have been working on for, I believe, the last at least 4 years. Um, Proponents would say it gets, a lot of people with disabilities out in the community to do something that they may otherwise not have. Other uh, people who are not in favor of the program, they're very much like, no, this is just profiting off of disabled people at an astronomically low rate. And I think that we need to get rid of the sub minimum wage program and find more opportunities for them to give. Example, like my shoot for the moon dream. If we were able to pass single payer healthcare systems so that our work benefits were no longer tied to being a full time status or part time status, you could have everybody working, say, I'll make up a random number, 28 hours, 32 hours a week. And so that way you have, not only are you making space for other people to contribute, but it's also like you have taken that arbitrary balance of like part-time benefits and full-time benefits, and you can get people into work that provides them dignity, and that includes disabled people as well.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification, because I hadn't encountered the term sub minimum wage before. And it was refreshing to hear you talk about it. So thank you. I also wanted to talk because we are a little bit over the amount of time we were going to talk yet again, but I do want to ask you. Your website includes a unity pledge with the Minnesota DFL to respect the winner of the primary. Why did you feel it was necessary to make such a pledge? Because as far as I can tell, I don't think Amy Klobuchar has made such a pledge.
Yeah, to my knowledge, she also has not made that pledge. To me, it's about, we are in dire times, and every candidate will give them to make their petition to the people, what their differences are, what they're fighting for. Um, and come primary day, the people will speak. And whoever that person is in our political system that wins the primary, they it would be very necessary for us to make sure that we have that unity. I do not want to be the candidate that splits the vote, that, allows Mike Lindell, my pillow guy, to
God
get the
forget.
win.
God forbid.
Oh, and so truly it's saying that we are going to back whoever wins. I would like to see Amy Klobuchar sign that petition. She has not, to the best of my knowledge. Um, but yeah, I think it's about caring more for our democracy and our communities rather than having this need for challenging or being the one that's on the ticket. Like, for me, a lot of what this race even was to begin with was people deserve options in this race. We have a pretty strong progressive base in Minnesota, and if my team hadn't helped me do this, it would have looked as though Amy Klobuchar just, had resounding support from the state at 98% or something like that. And I just don't think that I think that if I hadn't ran for this office, we wouldn't see just how progressive Minnesota had become, to see how much people were caring so deeply for progressive issues. They were willing to say, this 26-year-old trans woman who used to be a Republican at one day and age, I want her. You know, this is so important for just I don't know if I want to chalk myself up to like metrics, but saying that a lot of what is important to show in this is that young people, LGBTQ people, demand a seat in the halls of power. Because I actually talked to one gal today at the Bernie Sanders rally who had said, I support you. I saw you at the convention. I support you on all of your issues. I just wish I can't vote for you because you don't have enough experience. And I didn't argue with her on that. People deserve to feel like their elected leader can confidently and has the accolades to be able to like do the job. That's important for people to feel like. Which kind of gets to the heart of, yes, isn't it pretty disappointing that of all the people that decided to challenge Amy Klobuchar, it wasn't any other progressive incumbents in the state legislature or across the state. It was a 26-year-old trans woman who said, who had the audacity to say, "Nuh-uh, nope, we're giving people options."
Absolutely. Um, and before we wrap up, I did want to ask, there is a memo reported on by the Minnesota Reformer circulating among pro democracy circles titled Act Free to Be Free, written by Doran, or written in part by Doran Schrantz of Isaiah. And it lays out a plan to mobilize civil society against potential power grab from the federal government. And especially because a lot of people are very worried about the upcoming midterms. And I know your focus is on the primary right now, but do you share that worry? And what would you have to say for folks who are worried about the federal government interfering in Minnesota's elections? What would you say to them, and what do you think they could do?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of thinking on this, especially given that I think it was last Thursday, the White House put out their election integrity page or something like that. And it just sounds like the White House is setting the stage to call the 2026 illegitimate. And to my core, I feel like something bad is coming. I can't say what or to what degree. I don't think that I don't think that the president is going to take the results of this election very well. I hope that I'm overreacting in my reaction. I hope that everything is better than I think not only myself, but I'm sure many of your viewers are thinking it will be. Um, I see less issue with the elections in Minnesota per se. I mean, he'll have his own bully pulpit that he will speak from about the Minnesota elections. I worry about him being able to mobilize a lot of people who feel like it is yet again a stolen election, if we take back the House, take back the Senate, if we file articles of impeachment, if he is, convicted of that, will he leave willingly, or is this going to be I don't mean to prescribe some sort of apocalypse. But I'm left wondering to what degree Donald Trump is going to
Yeah.
interfere in this election.
And what do you think the average person can do if they are worried about election interference or worried about, aspersions being cast on the results?
Yeah. Well, definitely vote. They will sort out the legitimacy of votes. Make sure you vote. Your voice deserves to be heard. Um, but I think that find confidence that there are people. I've had no reason to doubt that Steve Simon is going to protect our voter rolls. Um, yeah, I feel like Minnesota at least has some people at the forefront who are going to do everything within their power to protect our elections and our people. I worry for what the balance of power is at the federal level is more my concern.
Yeah. Um, and for our final question, it's not even really a question. I want to give you the floor to make your case to folks at home who uh, may be interested, may not be interested in what you are talking about, but make your case. Why should
Yeah.
people vote for you in the Democratic primary for Minnesota's governor?
Yeah, especially with this wave of democratic socialists who are taking this country in races by storm, I can tell you that the masses are waking up, that corporations, the Epstein class, they are invested in these elections, whether you are or not. And they're invested literally and metaphorically. That if you're not paying attention, they are making the decisions on your behalf. Um, I understand that for a lot of folks, politics is overwhelming. Politics is uh, uh, it's time consuming. It costs a lot of cognitive bandwidth, and I know what it's like to just be surviving, and then adding on the world's problems is just it's exhausting. And I see you. I feel that energy, and I don't blame you for being tired. It's important that we stay strong, that we educate ourselves on what are the issues because again, there are so many people, so many actors, so many corporations that are invested in what happens to you in your life that if you blink, you will miss it. We get 2 days every two. We get the primaries and the general elections every couple years in order to vote, and it's important that you make yourself heard. It's very important and critical now more than ever.
All right, Kobe Lane, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being here, and thank you for running for Minnesota governor.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, and I wish you well in your on election day.
Thank you.
Bye. All right. Look at us go. Folks, you can, of course, learn more about Kobe's run for the governor of Minnesota, the gubernatorial race, over on kobe4governor.com. That'll be a link down in the description below. And if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about the interview, what you think about Kobe's policies. And also, of course, get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local Democrats. Get involved with your local DSA. If you need help doing that, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We want folks to get involved in their local political process so that we can get as many of you at the levers of power as we possibly can, because it genuinely makes a difference. When you get involved in your local politics, it is vitally important and it makes a real difference. You can actually save lives on the local level. It is a powerful, powerful part of our government. So get involved. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. And we just got a full restock. There's a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And now sizes go up and down one additional size. So there you go. Check it out. Let's keep on going. Look at us go. We did it. We did it. We did the thing. We finished an entire interview. How about them apples? And let me turn on alerts here real quick.
Size today? The fascist did. Why haven't you?
Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat. I did exercise today. It was very difficult. Heath Howard next. I haven't heard back from Heath. I don't think. Liberal Dan Radio, thank you very much for being a member. El Salve, thank you for the $10 Australian. My wallet is growing fat with cash and I don't know what to do with it. Thank you very much. Where is Waldo? Thank you for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated, folks. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And you linked this earlier. Let's just take it.
But if you want to lead this country, if you want to lead this country, you should set out your plans to do so. We have. But one politician intends to spend the summer avoiding scrutiny, refusing to set out his plans. So does he not agree that what the country deserves is a televised debate between Nigel Farage and Count Binface?
Yes! It has to happen! Make it happen! Do it!
Well, Mr. Speaker, they intend to spend the summer arguing with the bin. My advice to everyone is put your vote in the bin.
No, Keir Starmer, don't endorse Count Binface. No, that will harm him. That will harm him. You couldn't even be prime minister. Don't endorse Binface. You're undermining his candidacy.
But can I also pick up on a remark from the lead opposition about the by-election we're about to see in Clacton? I have to tell her I cannot back joke figures with ridiculous policies, which is why I'm supporting Count Binface.
Danny Kruger.
I do have to say, I think this is when British politics is at its best. British politics is at its best when it's just like, I don't know, petty sniping. Like this is the epitome. This is the height of British politics. I don't know if the Brits can fix their country, but they're very funny about it. And I do have to say, the when it comes to America, I don't know if America can fix itself, but a lot of American politics is not funny. And we could do with a damn sight better funniness in America.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his service? He's a good man, and I wish him very well for the future. But, Mr. Speaker, politics is not a joke. And every other party in this House, except Reform, has put forward as their candidate in the Clacton by-election a comedian with a dustbin on his head. Mr. Speaker, it might be, if they would listen, it might be that a man with his head full of rubbish is a fitting representative of the mainstream parties in this House. But the Prime Minister, I think the Prime Minister did endorse the bin man. But could he clarify that? If he won't put up a Labour candidate in Clacton, who does he actually want to win?
Why on earth would anyone want Nigel Farage to win back his seat? Not genuinely, Nigel Farage is a massive piece of shit. He has meaningfully harmed the entirety of the UK by championing Brexit. He is a crook of the highest order. And dude, then when he started getting investigated for his crookery, called a special election, resigned his seat so that he could get reelected in order to avoid the the investigation, and now is campaigning seriously against a bin. And I gotta be honest, I don't understand why anyone would vote for Nigel Farage again. It's genuinely baffling. Genuinely baffling. What does he offer besides more bullshit and more ruin to the people of the UK?
Mr. Speaker, I know that Reform believe in recycling.
I guess you would want to vote for Nigel Farage if you wanted, white supremacist race riots. That's the one use case, I guess, for Nigel Farage to the, underprivileged white supremacists in the UK. He's really uplifting them to the national stage. So I guess that's his main constituency.
Politicians.
Interviewer, what do you bring to the constituents of Clacton? Binface, I'm not Nigel Farage.
Unironically, he's literally running on a platform of I'm not Nigel Farage, and also, if I am elected, I won't call a special election that will cost the taxpayers almost £400,000. That's the main thing he's offering.
I wonder if he really thought spending his summer arguing with a bin was what he had in mind when he defected to the benches up there.
With the costly fiasco of the Conservatives' Rwanda scheme long behind us and our relationship with our nearest neighbours and friends in France rebuilt, does the Prime Minister think that now is the time
to vote for Count Binface is a vote for sanity?
In the twisted world we live in now, that is absolutely correct. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And Anime Sidekick Gal, I can't remember if I said thank you for the $10 super chat, but thank you for it. God.
To establish a safe and legal route between Planet Sigma 9 and Clacton.
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased.
And what if he wins? If he wins, all he has to do is literally nothing, and he will be miles better than Nigel Farage.
Net migration is down 82%. Goodbye.
God. Imagine Congress having a sense of humor. Nah. Can't do it. I love how the entire House is just shitting on Farage. It's great. True. Nigel Farage is a handsome hero. Yeah, he's truly the isekai protagonist of Earth. Who are we rooting for? We're rooting for Count Binface. Count Binface is the main man. Or main bin, I guess. He's been doing good work. He's been doing a real a real good time. Here he is in Clacton.
Hi, Count Beanface here, and I'm raring to go for the Clacton by-election. And my goodness me, there's no less than 34 candidates for this electoral feast. Gonna be epic. In fact, it's gonna be like Comic-Con up on that stage, but then I didn't let the genie out of the bottle. I haven't called this election. Somebody else has. Now here's a little factoid for you. This is my 8th election on planet Earth, and I understand there's a tradition for Clacton candidates 8th time lucky. So how about it? Here's to a positive campaign showing the very best of democracy. May the best life form win and make your votes count.
I do really like that he has a catchphrase that incorporates his name. I do enjoy that a lot more than I care to admit, and it's very, very funny. God, I just...
All the major political parties have refused to stand in the Clacton by-election. But Nigel Farage will be up against Count Binface.
This is my favorite thing right now. My favorite thing is that Count Binface, a joke candidate for all the kinds of elections that you can imagine over the past, several decades, has finally entered a contest where he might win. And it's so funny. It's so funny and honestly kind of necessary. Like, he has to win. It would be literally the funniest possible thing to happen. The nation that gave us Bodie McBoatface. The nation that is the home of Monty Python. The thing that would kill Nigel Farage's career. There is nothing more fitting than an intergalactic superhero with a bin helmet ending him for good. The guy who is leading the far right in the UK being brought low by a bin. Excellent. Love it. Couldn't get better than this. Might be funny enough to resurrect their queen.
And of course, the Count now joins us on Good Morning Britain. Very good morning to you, Count Binface.
Good morning, Miss Reid. Good morning, Mr. Balls. And how dare you say all the major parties aren't standing? Come on, you contradicted yourself.
That's true. You are standing. Are you in it to bin it?
Well, exactly. This is one of my lovely little phrases. I mean, am I standing? I mean, right now I'm sitting, and it depends on getting the 10 nominations from the good humans of Clacton, if, of course, Nigel Farage doesn't do a reverse ferret because he's terrified of the prospect of facing me, mano a bino. So we shall see.
And Count Binface, have you been to Clacton many times? Do you know the constituency well?
Well, I've been to Clacton precisely 0 times because based on the activities of the incumbent, I thought that was what you were supposed to do. So I was just following protocol. So where I should turn up in the constituency at all is clearly academic. Or maybe I should spend more time in Washington, D.C. or in Thailand. You tell me.
And talking of following the other candidate, have you ever received a £5 million gift from anybody?
Certainly not on your planet, no. So you can't get me on that one, Standards Commissioners. What the Recyclons give me on Sigma 9 is my business alone.
Right. I mean, the trouble is, it has all turned into a farce if Nigel Farage only faces a challenge from, with all due respect, you, Count Binface. Do you think that the other parties are making a mistake, Or do you think that Conservative voters, Lib Dem voters...
God, look at... He's like a cartoon character. He looks like a Looney Tunes character made flesh. It's like some kind of backrooms creation that misunderstood, like, 2D animation. It's genuinely crazy that this man is a real living human being.
Labour voters should all vote for you or boycott this by-election?
Well, I mean, Susanna, you talk to me about farce, but you're a Crystal Palace supporter. And they've been through all kinds of stuff, but now they've turned it around. And they've won trophy after trophy. So the underdog can...
She's so close to losing her shit. She's so close to fucking cracking up. And this guy's just like, what the hell is going on? I love this. This is my favorite brand of comedy.
Prevail, as you well know.
He looks like a cartoon character. You don't even mean Binface. I don't mean Binface. Unironically, I don't.
Oh, and you know, whether the other parties are running frit, I think is the political word. I love that word, frit of old Binny, or they don't want to be part of Nigel's sideshow, we shall find out. But of course, the thing is, if there's a second by-election when Parliament finds out that Nigel has done something a bit iffy, if they do, who knows?
Who knows?
Then, of course, there'll be another by-election, which costs 380 grand to the British taxpayer. So if they vote me in, I save you lot 380,000 Earth pounds without lifting a space finger. It's a win-win.
Is he in it to bin it?
Just to be clear, a space finger is distinct from a human finger because the vast majority of human fingers have never been to space.
Is he in it to win it? We'll find out.
Cam Binface, thanks very much indeed.
You fucked up the joke, man. She even did the joke accurately earlier. Are you in it to bin it? You fucked it up. You screwed up. You were too enamored with the bin man.
Thanks for your time this morning, and of course, editorial will always say we need to point out Nigel Farage says he's done nothing wrong.
And read out the list of candidates in the by-election, which has not yet been called, so we're still okay on that one.
Jesus Christ. I love everything that's happening right now in Count Binface world. It's genuinely great.
I fear Binface's campaign may become a dumpster fire.
You know, it's possible, but I do think that, you know, I think that happened with Binface's father's campaign, you know. Obviously, Count Binface, but much larger and older and heavier duty. Capable of holding more shit. I just think this is wonderful. What a wonderful series of events. God. I got nothing. I got nothing. Like it's truly just incredible.
Vermon's supreme walk to Count Binface could run.
It's true. Also, I need to check real quick. I believe that this is not AI music. But this is a song created by YouTuber Yusuf called Binface Binface, He Arrived from Outer Space.
Binface, he arrived from outer space to stop this disgrace and save the human race. Hail the count, it's time to take the rubbish out before our country stinks anymore. We'll wipe Nigel's bin juice off the floor. When Nigel won Monopoly, he didn't want much scrutiny, so he hid in one of his 5 fancy homes. He said it's for security because of all the enemies he's made by saying foreigners must go. But Parliament and journalists and everyone who's sick of it just wouldn't leave his finances alone. So now there's an election, cause he always needs attention, though he didn't guess who would steal the show. Bin face, he arrived from outer space to stop this disgrace and save the human race. Hail the Count, it's time to take the rubbish out before our country stinks anymore. We'll wipe Nigel's bin juice off the floor. Bin face, he arrived from outer space to stop this disgrace and save the human race. Hail the Counts, it's time to take the rubbish out before our country stinks anymore. We'll wipe Nigel's bin juice off the floor.
I just have to say, I love all of this. I love everything happening here. I think it's great. I do think that could genuinely be the theme song of some kind of UK sitcom. And I'm not joking about that. We're in truly apocalyptic times, and it's an awful and sad state of affairs when genuinely the best representation the people of Clacton can get in their by-election is a man who walks around with a bin on his head. Anyway, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, do the things, leave a comment, and also get involved in your local politics, okay? Make sure your local elections have more choices available than, some dipshit who's gonna ruin everything, or a guy with a bin on his head. You could be the guy with a bin on your head, chat. Or, someone with, more substantive ideas. Either way, you should get involved in your democracy, because democracy is important, and it can be very silly. And, you can help restore whimsy to politics. And whimsy seems to be the buzzword these days for, millennials clicking on things on the internet. So anyway, get some whimsy in you and get involved in your local Dems, get involved in your local DSA, folks. And if you need help doing so, if you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord and reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. We'll help you take your first steps. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men as well. It is comfy, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. We just got a full restock, added 2 more sizes, and there's a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Echo Baz, it's me! How we all doing, folks? Woof. Make America whimsy again? Mawa. God. Sexy lingerie for anyone who wants to wear it? True, but designed with femmes in mind. Because, we want lingerie that fits anyone, but is femme and is made with femme folks in mind, or folks who want to put on that femme aesthetic. Link to that banger song? Absolutely. Here you go. Boop. 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 All right. My wife. All right, folks. How are we doing? How y'all doing? Huh? You guys doing okay? Oof. 2 Spectral Wolves, thank you for the $5
The hand
dono.
dryer in the gents' toilets at the Crown and Treaty, Uxbridge, is a serious national issue in the UK.
That's true.
Obviously.
It's true. But they have a treaty about it, so it should be getting on its way towards getting resolved. Is spray deodorant worse than stick deodorant? Because I smell like a neckbeard right now, not gonna lie. I don't know if it's better or worse. I guess I would just find a deodorant that smells like not ass. I myself typically go with something a little bit more subtle than a spray. I will. Okay, let me put it this way. I do think that you should use a stick. This might be controversial. I think you should use a stick for deodorant, and if you're going to use a spray, go like get yourself a cologne or a perfume. You know? Like that's my approach is have like a stick for the spot that like the spot sweating, and then have like a signature scent for a cologne or like a perfume. So that's what I would say. Because like then like your stick deodorant isn't an overwhelming smell, and the reason you're associating that smell with neckbeards is because there's a lot of people that use it, and like that smell becomes associated with people who just use that thing. You know? So use a different scent. Stick deodorant leaves more on the skin. It's true. But it's supposed to stay on your skin for a while. All right, folks, we've been going for 2 hours now. If you've been getting anything out of today's show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't be doing it without you fine folks. And we are currently at 354 out of 500 on our way towards our next goal, which I believe is a game stream. I did promise you guys a game stream. What about ass-scented perfume? I mean, if that's what you're into, go for it, but I wouldn't expect a positive reaction from anybody unless they like eating ass. And even then, people only like eating ass situationally, generally. And oh, I forgot to click the button. My bad. Forlorn 79, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
This stream is only possible with support from viewers like you.
It's true. I couldn't do it without you folks.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button.
Super Jet Guy, I think it's gonna be Undertale, so I can finally play Delta Room.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button.
Hell yeah. Did I finish Mina the Hollower? I have not. But that, I think, will just be something that I continue to plug away at every so often when we have time. Not necessarily like a... Maybe when we get close to the end, that'll be a dono goal for me to finish it. Show your butt? Give me money, bitch. I say that because sometimes folks like you really like being called a bitch by me for whatever reason. And sometimes you guys do give me money. Let's see. Only flans? Indeed. Folks! Jack can call me a bitch. Y'all need to drop some donos for that to happen. Hey, Amber Brains. Oh God, hope I'm glad you're better now. Sorry about the heat exhaustion. All right. What is that weird moaning sound? What? That might be you. Show Dr. Softhole, I know she's still alive. Y'all are making a lot of demands. With no donos. Let's see here. We're learning a lot about each other, and yeah, indeed. Yeah, guys, I just got off the phone with Mitch McConnell. He's dead. Is chat being horny? Kinda. Leah Pasanidi. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Also, shout out to Lux Progressive, who raided at the very beginning of stream, before we'd even really gotten started. Welcome, raiders. Come on in, make yourselves cozy. And howdy, everybody. We have a lot to talk about, but the show is a little bit less organized than I would like it to be today. So bear with me for a bit. We got to talk about some things. But first, I did want to say I do think it is very, very funny. Specifically the World Cup. This was fucking hilarious. Because I saw this image going around on social media. I thought it was a Photoshop. I thought this was a Photoshop. I thought this was a joke. It's not. It's real. This is a real screenshot from the actual broadcast of the World Cup. He's just standing over there like a fucking dumbass. But what's even better is watching the actual footage. Here's approximately 16 seconds of the World Cup finals for you.
And so they should, because they are the ones who have made history. Rodri sends the World Cup into the sky, and Spain, the champion.
Look at this. He's lost. He's lost. Just standing here, completely looking the opposite direction. It's incredible. He's not even looking at them, for fuck's sake. Guys, at this point, you know that meme? I forget what it's from. There's like a meme of a guy who's just like standing in different locations. Yeah, it's this one. From Pablo Escobar. Yeah. Here it is. Can I get like the full-sized image? Yeah, here we go. Like, you could make a new version of this meme with Donald Trump at this point just looking lost at different international events. You know, whether it's the G7 summit where he's just like standing alone on stage, looking around. You could genuinely just completely make that meme. People have been making the joke over and over again. It's incredible stuff. I mean, like, for fuck's sake, the energy, like the I'm lost, where did mom go energy is off the charts. Look at that. Look at that. Guys, I'm... Oh, God. Is crazy. Lost child at the state fair. For real. Dude has lost his grip on reality. Anyway, let's take a look at how new InfoWars is doing.
Shakespeare to do the InfoWars twist. Put your hands around your ankles and move your body like this. Now dip, dip, do the backward double kick. Put your hands into your mouth and fill your pants with piss. Call your mama and your daddy, say I'm doing the InfoWars twist. It goes like this. Oh! Welcome to the real InfoWars. New and improved. You're doing the InfoWars twist. The real InfoWars. New and improved. It goes like this. Welcome to Real InfoWars.
I love new InfoWars. New InfoWars is 10 out of 10. And I gotta tell you, this is some of the best comedy on the internet right now. Unironically.
Who do we have on the line?
It's Chesapeake. Who do you think it is?
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right.
Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ.
You know what? This is my ex-wife, Chesapeake. We're in the middle of a legal dispute.
It's called a divorce, Tim.
We're not there yet.
I think it's hilarious that you're wondering about demons. Are demons real? You have them all inside of you, you son of a bitch.
Excuse me? I do not. Do I have demons in me or not?
You are not possessed.
I'm demon-free, bitch.
Cindy Joe, you listen to me, bitch. Have you looked at Tim's butthole? Because if you look at his butthole, you will know there's demons in there. Also, if you get brave enough, look at his dick and balls area.
You used to beg for that dick and balls.
No, thank you. Give me 1 second. I need to pet somebody.
Excuse me? Chesapeake, if you're messing around with my horse.
Bitch, that is my horse.
It is not your horse. Until the court says otherwise, you're still my wife, and I command you, as your husband, to stay 10 feet away from my horse, and do not dare brush his mane.
I will hop on him like Lady fucking Godiva. I will go right in front of your house with my titties out, and I will say, remember when you used to have this? I'm meaning my titties and the horse.
Fuck you. Now,
No, fuck you.
I'll see you in court, bitch, and that horse will be mine, so help me God. You crossed the line. I told you if you cross the line, that will make things much harder for you, and you've gone and done it in front of my guest.
Cindy Joe, listen to this. This man, before you leave there today, is going to try to kiss you. He's going to try to tell you, hey, let's have a nice life together. Let's get a horse. Oh, hey, look, I'm really nice in bed. I don't have weird genitals or anything. My butthole doesn't open up to the fucking gates of hell. He's evil to the core. Get out while you can.
All right, get off the line. Fuck her.
I dare
get
you
off
to
the damn
fuck you.
Who do we have?
God, getting fucking Judy Gemstone to play Alex Jones's soon-to-be ex-wife in this reboot of InfoWars is genuinely incredible. It's genuinely brilliant. God, it's beautiful. New InfoWars is truly beautiful. I had no idea. I had no idea what the Onion was cooking with here. God damn, that's good. God damn, that's good. The real Alex Jones exploded? Indeed. Indeed. Anyway, y'all should go watch Real InfoWars. Real InfoWars is brilliant. It's great. He's wearing Alex Jones's skin. I bought and am proudly wearing the InfoWars rainbow hat right now. Hell yeah. Love that for you. God. let's do this real quick. We're doing another segment, baby. So, folks, we gotta talk about the poison air that people are breathing in across the United States. Really not great. Massive wildfires in Canada and across the across the American side of the border up there. Awful air quality, sending people
If
to
you are in
hospitals.
law, don't forget to vote. The primary is in 2 weeks and I demand
True.
excellent turnout. Also, if you are in CD3 and don't vote, I will hunt you down.
Dragonfly, thank you for the tier 4 sub. May you reign over the tier 1 subscribers and the non-subscribers, of course. Thank you very much for your support. And yes, folks, go vote. Go vote in your primaries. Very important. All right? Now, I will say here, we were talking about poison air. Y'all need to stop breathing it. You know, through changing, not by stopping your breathing. I mean, preferably by changing laws and, you know, mitigating climate change and having better forestry care practices.
Also, the Michigan primary is in 4 weeks.
Hell yes. Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. We are going to be talking about the Michigan primary race soon here on tonight's show. So do stay tuned to that, folks. And for those of you watching this segment at home, when it's not live, that video will either have come out before or after this. Have fun figuring out which it is. Anyway, conservatives are big mad about the fact that they can't breathe smog polluted air and air polluted with the, you know, remains of a trillion dead trees. They're really upset that they can't do that and that the science tells them it's unhealthy. So of course, they would rather just pretend there's no problem at all.
2 weeks. August 4th. Michigan. Vote.
Oh God, this just in. We got this information and then correct the information from Coder Joe. Thank you for the additional 2 tier 1 subs, Coder Joe. Let's take a look at some of the just conservative talking points on whether or not it's safe to breathe smoke from wildfires.
Air quality experts say exposure to the smog increases the likelihood of asthma attacks, strokes, and heart attacks for everyone.
If you are healthy and active, this is not the time you want to be exercising outdoors.
You'll feel it in your eyes, you'll feel it, you'll have a headache, but also there's a serious risk of heart attack, asthma attack for kids and adults. So this is a very serious event.
Like good little lemmings, just like during COVID, thousands of New Yorkers are now masked up like they're being strangled with these N95 cover your whole lower extremity.
Yeah, that's right, folks. Cover your hole. Cover your holes!
Thing for absolutely no reason.
Air quality alert, and then it says...
We did talk about this guy in a previous video. You aren't imagining that, but they have continued to be insane about this issue.
Limit outdoor activity. I'm a free man living in a free country, and some government bureaucrat is telling me limit outdoor activity.
Wildfires seem to only be affecting like left-wing jurisdictions recently. California, Canada. You don't hear about wildfires in like,
Florida,
Alabama.
Well, I mean,
Florida.
They are swamps though. So
do you
Fuck the Tim Pool cast of characters. It's not just me, right? They have gotten dumber, right?
Think more politicians are going to say, "Oh, this is the climate crisis. We got to watch out. This is what's happening."
Air quality in the tri-state area, Laura, tonight has been deemed unhealthy. I know you want to ride your bike, you want to hang out in the park. Do yourself a favor. Stay inside tonight.
Certainly not going to wear one of those goofy masks.
What you can do is limit your exposure. And believe it or not, I hate to say this, I know you're going to cringe, but those KN95 masks...
Not a chance. Not a chance.
They actually get rid of 95% of the particles.
Air quality experts say...
I love it. I love that we live in a world now where conservatives are just like, oh yeah, health, my health negatively impacted by breathing in fire smoke, you say? Well, I'm not a pussy. I'm gonna breathe in all the fire smoke. Smoke inhalation has never killed anybody. Yeehaw! They run into a burning building just to get like a breath of fresh air. Like it's insane. It's truly insane. Right? Like they look outside, they see a sky yellow with apocalypse particles. And they're just like, why would I not want to breathe that in? Lung cancer, what's that? Asthma, what's that? Strokes, what are those? All I know is I like breathing free air. And I'm going to inhale as many apocalypse particles as I can. Because I'm a free individual with a thinking brain that's thinking progressively slower and slower as I inhale more of these smoke fumes. It genuinely, this is a scene from like some kind of like Mel Brooks comedy. You know, like we've gotten to the point where the entire scam of selling fresh air or canned air, that's a real thing now. That's a real thing you can buy. We're selling air now. Guys, Republicans are out there being like, I'm a man. I'll go and poison myself just to prove it. It's crazy. And on top of that, of course, this has wider geopolitical ramifications because the Republican Party, need I remind you, controls the House and the Senate and the presidency. Here's Donald Trump. We are holding Canada responsible for the fact that they are not properly maintaining their forests and brush therein. I've never gotten over the fact that he just capitalizes random fucking words. Forests and brush, for whatever reason, is capitalized. Also, I love the fact that he's trying to elevate his speech by adding therein. And the United States is being unnecessarily invaded by filthy, polluted, and unhealthy air, the quality of which is dangerous and totally unacceptable. I will call the Prime Minister during the day to find out what they're going to do about it. The cost is incalculable. Canada has refused to engage in basic forest management and debris removal, knowing that such refusal will lead to exactly this result. This is willful negligence and becoming a yearly occurrence, costing the United States billions of dollars, which cost of this pollution must of necessity be added to the tariffs Canada is currently paying. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So, again, and ghastly tree, exactly. Most of Canada is wilderness that's uninhabited. And I just want to say, this is insane. We have the President of the United States here effectively casting global warming-induced wildfires as an act of war from Canada on the United States. That's why he's talking about an invasion of dirty air. He's saying that this was deliberately caused by Canada to attack the United States. This is disgusting. This is disgusting on every level. Like, I live in Minnesota. We're very close with Canada here. There's a very active, border community in Minnesota with Canada, and it breaks my goddamn heart to see the actual damage this is doing. For folks, I'm seeing folks in Canada talking about this who are just like, what the fuck is wrong with America and Americans? Do people in America actually think like this? And I don't know anybody in America who thinks like this outside of people who are fully and well and truly in the Trump cult. within MAGA. This is insane. This is insane. It's just absolutely insane. It's unhinged from reality. And yet, it is shaping actual honest-to-God U.S. policy. Trump has today imposed a 50% tariff on Canadian goods. And he is trying to cast this as like a part of an ongoing trade dispute with Canada. But I want to remind you all that Donald Trump actually renegotiated all of the deals between the United States and Canada last time he was president. And now he's trying to say, well, we're putting more tariffs on Canada because of the smoke and because they're screwing us on all of these trade deals that he fucking made. And not only that, again, I can't believe we are years into his second presidency. And the media still just talks about this as if Canadians and Canada are going to be paying these tariffs. That's not how tariffs work. Americans pay the tariffs. Like, guys, I don't know what to do when our media ecosystem in America is so bad that I can't believe anytime there's a story like this, every mainstream news network isn't leading with the fact that, hey guys, you dipshits pay the tariffs. You American dipshits, you pay the tariffs. That's passed on to you.
Fun fact, I'm pretty sure these new tariffs are literally imposed using the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act.
No, they are!
Great Depression 2 any percent speed run.
God. This is all because the Republican-controlled Congress, with Donald Trump in charge, after they made the 2020 USMCA deal, declined to renew the deal. Donald Trump started a fucking trade war for no reason other than to look like he's doing something, so he can play around with tariff rates. It's insane. It's truly, truly insane. Yes, Ray Lucky, I can see your message. God, I hate all of this. And, like, of course, Republicans are now all blaming Canada for terrible air quality. And I just want to point out here's some local news coverage from Utah, right? Utah environmentalists worry about proposed EPA rule to skip public comment on some air permits. What does that mean? It means that the EPA, Trump's EPA, wants to basically skip any actual public comment, any actual public feedback on proposed environmental rules that they want to pass. Because basically, Trump's EPA wants to expedite air quality permits to allow for more data centers to be built. You know, the data centers that they're building at record rates with the fucking gas turbines. It's awful. Everywhere you look in America, it's awful.
Climate change? Only solution is to invade Canada. Teresa Billboard explaining tariffs near me with a big President Xi smiling.
God. Didn't Canada send firefighters to help us fight our fires? Yes! I remember back in 2025, Canada sent like 250, I believe 250 firefighters to help fight the Palisades fire. They also like sent aircraft, like the water aircraft carriers that like drop huge amounts of water on big forest fires. They literally helped the United States. They like the Canada, Mexico have been stepping up to help the United States as Donald Trump's government fucks both of them over. It's terrible. It's terrible. God. In 2020, they sent around 600 firefighters to the United States. I just this is truly, you know, the disgusting heart of MAGA, which is to take and take and take from everyone and anyone and give all that they've taken to the wealthiest people possible. Not to the little guy, not to the working people, but to the charlatans, to the liars, to the thieves that make up the MAGA government. It is the goddamn scam economy. It is awful. I hate it. It is the ugly heart of MAGA. Willing to bet the US isn't sending any firefighters to help Canada? I mean, certainly not the federal government in the United States. God. I can tell you, though, that Minnesota's been sending firefighters to Canada. Because, again, there's a there's a special relationship between Minnesota and Canada. And there's actually like a mutual aid agreement. This might not be like common knowledge. Probably isn't. But there's a mutual aid compact between many of the states around the Great Lakes and Canada to send firefighters back and forth in the case of wildfire. So Canadian firefighters often come to Minnesota to fight the Boundary Waters wildfires, and Minnesota firefighters go up into Canada to fight wildfires on the Canadian side of the border. It's a whole thing. But like, that wonderful relationship is being harmed every fucking day. Every time this president goes and posts on social media, tee-hee, we're gonna take over Canada. We're gonna conquer Canada. Isn't that cute? Isn't that a funny little meme to post? And it's disgusting. Threatening war against a longtime ally that helps us and is in every way a wonderful neighbor is truly a disgusting and traitorous act. And if they're willing to do that, there's no one that they can be a good ally to whatsoever. And you have all of this backstabbing, all of this betrayal, championed and cheerled by, frankly, a MAGA news collective that is also out there telling people, I would never wear a mask if there was poison gas in the air, and that's fucking stupid. It's just stupid, it's asinine, and we need to grow beyond the MAGA quick for our own survival. This is, by the way, why in a 2028 world, there needs to be fucking accountability. Accountability needs to be meted out because far too many people for far too long have been making careers off of spreading disinformation, misinformation, outright lies to the general public. And it cannot be permitted to continue. It just cannot. It is not survivable for us to tolerate this level of dishonesty, this level of fucking scammery and thievery and thuggery. It is not tolerable. Makes me so goddamn mad. Anyway, if you guys want to help make things better, get involved in your local politics. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, kick out these corporate-backed politicians from your local area. Make sure that the politicians that are coming up in your neck of the woods are actually going to fight for the working people of your area. And join your local DSA. Help organize working people. All right. If you need help doing either of those things, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, if you want to get involved in races across the country outside of your local area, you can check out a link down below in the description for Progressive Victory. They'll help connect you to all kinds of different campaigns across the country to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. Go check them out. Progressive Victory. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a huge restock. There's a new color, 2 new sizes. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. We did it. Useless masks give a sense of safety, which that isn't there, which is dangerous. Man, like, do you guys think that like when carpenters wear like masks to filter out sawdust from getting in their lungs, or like miners wear masks to avoid getting the coal dust in their lungs, that's just a useless thing that they do? Like, are y'all in MAGA literally sitting there thinking like air filters don't do anything? That's like, I don't understand y'all. Oh, hey, yeah, the masks that stop water droplets that communicate disease. Yeah, they don't do anything. Except, stop the water droplets that contain the bacteria or viruses that might infect other people. This is delusional anti-science thinking to, like, be spreading. It's crazy. When you're, like, in a literal situation where people are denying a kind of medical intervention that was invented in, like, 1300, I don't know what to tell you. Dude, like, I don't know. If you don't believe in masks, go work in a coal mine for a couple years without a mask. See how that goes for you. Like, holy shit. Look at the study. What study? Tell me the name of the study. I'll go look it up. You're posting a lot in chat. You haven't linked the study. You didn't say what study it was. I'm willing to look at your study. I guarantee you it doesn't say what you think it says. Look up comment. Your comment was, I do believe in science. There was a double-blind study on masks in Bangladesh. Look it up. It was the My John Hopkins and Stanford. That's science.
Rebreather? Sounds like REWOKE to me. I just did what my granddad did. Made sure my lungs have a fresh coat of all-natural asbestos. Masks are for lib cucks. Black lung, black schmung.
Yeah, all those folks who came to work on this office when they had to work with the asbestos in here, and they put on masks. I guess that didn't do anything for them. It's crazy. Bob Bunny, post the name of the study. The name of the study. All you gotta do, copy, name, paste in the chat. You can't share links. Give the study name. If it's such a great piece of evidence, share the name of the study. I believe in your ability to copy paste. But maybe I overestimate your abilities. Are you useless? No Google? I can Google. You're the one providing the citation, bitch. If you can't provide the citation, that's your problem. Because I know masks work. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Fewer particles of water being put out in front of your face if you are sick reduces infection rate. Fewer particles of coal or dust or asbestos or sawdust entering your lungs is better for you.
You don't need a rebreather if your mouth is full of muff.
God damn. Like, I'm doing a show right now. Like, I'm not gonna stop it to Google something that you say on a whim. If I did that, I would never get anything covered on this show. Fuck. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
I bet MAGA think epidemiology is some form of skin treatment for wrinkles or sore feelings.
No, they think it's woke. They think it's woke bullshit. They don't think epidemiology is real. They literally don't think it's real. It's why, like, I don't even know how to emphasize this. RFK Jr., the guy in charge of our nation's health right now, literally doesn't believe in germ theory. Like, they're all operating off of, like, miasma theory and, like, some form of, like, the 4 humors. Like, it's genuinely that bad. Like, I'm not even joking here. He literally espouses miasma theory. Like, this is where we're at.
Here's the study. Prevalence of COVID dropped from 8.6% to 7% in the study by masking.
Oh, damn. So it was effective. Crazy. I can't with these people, man. I fucking
MAGA
can't.
is care for your brain when you think it has too many wrinkles.
That's true. You want to polish it smooth like a stone in a river. So cool. Let's see. Persuading people to mask. Even in places where it is obligatory, people tend to optimistically overstate their compliance for mask wearing. How then can we persuade more of the population at large to act for the greater good? Abalak et al. Undertook a large cluster randomized trial in Bangladesh involving hundreds of thousands of people, although mostly men, over a 2-month period. Colored masks of various construction were handed out free of charge, accompanied by a range of mask-wearing promotional activities inspired by market research. Using a grassroots network of volunteers to help conduct the study and gather data, the authors discovered that mask wearing averaged 13.3% in villages where no interventions took place, but increased to 42.3% in villages where in-person interventions were introduced. Villages where in-person reinforcement of mask wearing occurred also showed a reduction in reporting COVID-like illnesses, particularly in high-risk individuals. Oh no! The study you cited actually shows that 1, convincing people to wear masks worked, and 2, god damn it.
I'm not high
I
enough,
fucking hate these
and you
people.
don't get paid enough. Wear a fucking mask in public and during negative climate events.
2 Spectral Wolves, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. My god, like fucking upstreaming, not upstreaming, showing up. Sake Tanuki. with a tier higher. My God, thank you very much for the 5 tier 2 subs. But like, imagine citing this study that shows people wore masks when masks became available to them and they were told how important it was, and then that also reduced transmission rates. And guys, if masks can stop germs from spreading, they can also stop particles from entering your lungs. I feel like I'm bashing my head against a wall here. It's stupid. It is stupid as hell that in 2026, a year we were supposed to have fucking, I don't know, jet cars or something, I'm having to explain basic medicine that was known about during the fucking Black Death. God damn. This isn't even a segment. I didn't even intend for this to be a segment. Maybe it is now. I don't know. Go join your Dems and your DSA. Do other things that are good. Wear a goddamn mask if you're sick. And if the sky is yellow because there are so many fucking flame particles in the sky. MAGA, like when we talk about MAGA being a death cult, it's quite literally, like, I don't know what else to call MAGA if not a death cult when they're out here talking of like breathing is fucking woke. We're cooked, and not just by wildfires here. Damn. Also, god damn. All right. First of all, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Megan Fox's giant boobs. If that chatter could read, they'd be very upset. Thank you for the $5 super
If that
chat.
chatter could read, they'd be very upset.
Yeah, if that chatter was even still here and gave a shit about any of the things that they profess to believe, they'd be pretty upset. It's true. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 3 subs. My God. We've never seen it. That's the first tier 3 sub drop I ever done seen. Like, guys, I hope you understand. They were probably trolling. No, unfortunately, MAGA genuinely doesn't think that masks do anything now, right? Like if masks can prevent germs from spreading, they certainly prevent particles of much larger things from entering your lungs.
The sad thing is that I bullshit around with the whole breathing is woke. Science says so. Nonsense. But there are legitimately people who come into vertical chat that are dumber than my parodies.
That's the thing. Like, we're getting to the point where MAGA cultists are genuinely beyond parody. Like, they're genuinely just gone. Holy shit, Bob-tailed Trucker. Thank you for the 20 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Bob. Thank you very, very much. So many of the MAGA type are waiting for Jesus to come and save them. I heard someone actually say shit similar to that. When Jesus comes back, he can fix the environment. It's true. Like, there is a certain apocalyptic Christian MAGA perspective that it doesn't matter what human beings do to the earth because Jesus is going to come back and save us all, you know, in our darkest hours. So why not hasten the darkest hour of humanity? That, like, this is apocalyptic rapture thinking, you know? Some people really do think that. It's true. We're tired of being the adults in the room. I want to just... Guys, you have no idea how badly I want to just be a silly little guy. You have no idea how badly I just want to be like a silly little like variety streamer. And yet, I'm forced to constantly talk about the horrors of the world. You know? Please, sir, we need water. No, my child, only wine. Recently found out one of my coworkers is a young Earth creationist. They really do think like that. It's true. It's true. And it's just like, fuck. Anyway, if this is a segment, editor, do your magic. I appreciate you. Ugh. That's really the thing. They really don't care because they want the world to end. It's true. You know? I was listening to Heather Cox Richardson the other day because I check in with what the mobilized libs are doing these days. You know, she's my touchstone for what they're up to, you know? And we like she was talking about how I had a thought and I lost it. I checked in with her the other day. And it's just she mentioned that Donald Trump is really has no interest in being. No, actually, that wasn't Heather Cox Richardson. It was an interview with Maggie Haberman, the person who's been writing books about Trump for years now. She works for the New York Times, and she was talking about how Donald Trump is the kind of guy who would be perfectly happy being the last US president. And I get the feeling from a lot of folks in MAGA that they would be perfectly happy being the last Americans. You know? I feel like that sentiment pervades all of MAGA. Like if we can't control America, if we can't be the dictators of what it means to be American, then America should cease. Like I do think that is kind of where MAGA as a whole is at. Which is again that death cult mentality. The Last Americans sounds like an early 2010s drama that would air on FX. I mean, The Last Americans probably will be a banger documentary in about 100 years if we can't get our shit together. You can kind of see a microcosm of that dynamic with how MAGA is freaking out that people like the Odyssey. It even got to me. Like I was kind of like, yeah, I don't really care that much about Christopher Nolan making an Odyssey movie. Yeah, all right, it'll probably be okay. But the fact that it's doing gangbusters is, I think, very funny. They prefer mutual destruction to accountability? Absolutely. All right. Let's talk about... yes. Give me a sec. Gotta tee up this particular story here. Okay. Where did I put this? Sorry, the show was haphazardly put together today. Did not have a ton of time. God, there's been so much content that I've wanted to cover, and we just haven't gotten to it. This one? No. Okay. Here we go. I wanted to talk about this. Now we'll rope this story in there. Okay. No, this deserves to be its own story. We'll do that. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Okay. Sorry, I'm moving around the copious number of tabs that I got here. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay. All right. Do you put your tabs in groups? I do, but sometimes I need to break apart the groups so I can make a new group of tabs for refitting a story if I didn't get to a story on one day. Sometimes I need to cannibalize one group of tabs to create a fuller, healthier, more relevant group of tabs. It's a whole tab ecosystem, you see. The newer, younger, more virile tabs devour the older, slower tabs. Sounds like my old Chrome. Yeah, it's rough in tab world right now. Okay, boot that story. We are going to talk about this. That. I also want to talk about Democrats. And one more thing. I'm actually going to BRB and go use the bathroom. I'm going to pee. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. One song. BRB. Go get a drink or a snack or something.
Underground rap, mutant sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleema was his name, fighting climate rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, if time we fight, I'll do the death.
Hi, and welcome to Michigan Matters. You don't need me to...
Geez, Sarge, you're telling me that I needed to go after this rat and I needed to, like, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost like $2,000 and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, geez, I'm gonna get it now. Oh.
We're back. Hello. How we all doing? How we doing, folks? I did used to be blonde, it's true. Poof. How y'all doing, folks? Y'all ready? Red suits you? Thank you. I think so too. Matches my eyes very well. Oh yeah, Amber Brains. Yes, the NSP-7. I am aware. It is very scary stuff, but there's also very little that I can do about it. And I also think, you know, I do think it's a bit funny, and you know, we'll talk about it, I guess. We'll talk about it. I'm trying to figure out in which context I want to bring it up. Yeah, this will work. Yeah. Okay, cool. I do think that it's both very dangerous, but also fundamentally weak. Like, it is very dangerous, but also I think that a federal document listing the currently elected mayor of New York City, who is one of the most beloved political figures in the country right now, as a dangerous terrorist, I do think that that's you've basically completely invalidated any kind of public support that a bill, like, not a bill, but like a program like that might have. Right? You've already staked out, like, oh, your enemy is just everybody. What is it with Ken putting it in his Blue Sky profile that he's NSPM7 compliant? He's probably making a joke. The horrors persist, but so do I. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Hey, Jenny Wolferson. Late stream? This is nothing. All right. Y'all ready to jump into... Let's... Oh, just as an FYI, this is... I don't think... Hey, folks. I do think that Mitch McConnell might be dead, though. We haven't gotten any additional details on what exactly is going on with Mitch McConnell, but apparently multiple agencies reached out to the Kentucky governor, Andy Beshear, to tell him that Mitch McConnell was dead. And we haven't heard anything from Mitch McConnell since since his team put out those tweets in the picture. Now, I do want to remind folks that what kind of seems to be the play right now for the Mitch McConnell team is that there's a time limit on Andy Beshear being able to name the next senator or the interim senator. And it kind of seems to me like what is being acknowledged here is that if they can just pretend he's alive for long enough, if they can get to, I think it's August 17th, if they can pretend he's alive and potentially capable of doing his job until August 17th, then Andy Beshear, a Democrat, doesn't get to name the next senator in Kentucky. August 3rd. My bad. August 3rd. Which is, like a little less than 2 weeks away. I do think that is kind of what's happening. And I think Andy Beshear should out of an abundance of caution, if Mitch McConnell, like, I understand that there is some, like, concerns about, oh, if somebody got a work injury and was out of commission for months, they should still be able to keep their job. Absolutely.
Mitch McConnell bought the farm. E-I-E-I-O.
God, I think that Andy Bashir should go visit Mitch McConnell. I think that he should do that, or he should set a deadline. If Mitch McConnell is not able to go out and give a press conference, to go out in front of reporters by like August 2nd, Andy Bashir should be prepared to name a senator on August 3rd. I do think that needs to be done. Yeah, like, I want to see Mitch McConnell get to a podium. You know? Shinjin TV, thank you for subscribing. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But this is Andy Bashir, just a couple days ago. It had been a month before anything had been put out, not even an official statement from Senator McConnell, Bashir recalled. In fact, I'd gotten 2 calls from different agencies, not state agencies, suggesting he's passed.
I'm waiting until we can get government actually working, instead of airing another episode of some random bad soap opera.
God.
There is a simple way to resolve this. Name somebody to the seat anyway, with the full understanding that if Mitch McConnell reaches out to prove he's alive, that person will withdraw.
I mean, I don't think there's a legal framework to do that. Well, like...
As someone who has had to take a leave of absence for FMLA, you have to check in with your job about once a week so that they know you're alive and intending to come back.
I mean, that's kind of it, right? Like, there has to be, like, a proof of life here. I'm just baffled. Like, Newsweek put up an article today talking about how, oh, yeah, hey, haven't heard anything. It's pretty concerning. And, like, I guess my question is, if he's well enough to sit up in bed, or well enough to, like, stand up and walk around in his hospital room, why is he not well enough to talk into a microphone? You know?
If there's anything we've learned from Trump, it's screw the legal framework until the judges make you stop. And then appeal it 6 times.
Because this is where I'm at, right? Like, okay, so if he's not dead, if he is in fact alive, why aren't they putting a microphone in front of him? Why aren't they just, like, doing, like, a little, like, selfie cam video so he can talk to his constituents? What? Like, why not? Why would you not do that? Also, Shinjin TV, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. And thank you for the $10 dono as well. Yeah, like, give us a proof of life vid where he talks and tells us what's up. I talked with him on the phone today along with Luigi. They're both fine. God. I just... do a live vid. Doesn't have to be long. Like 5 minutes tops.
Quick. Someone order a cameo of Mitch.
What would be very funny is if Mitch McConnell wouldn't appear in front of reporters, but would appear for a cameo. That would be very, very funny. if anyone else skipped out on the job for a month, you don't have a job anymore. This motherfucker's a corpse. I mean, you say that, and yet another Republican member of Congress who just came back like a couple weeks ago was gone for like 3 months. And he came back and said, sorry guys, I went to the doctor and it turns out I had depression. And it's just like, what the fuck? You wait a minute, if you get depression, you get 3 months of paid leave? And you get the best healthcare in our society? That's crazy. I got depression and all I got was crippling sadness. And boiling rage. God, I just it's silly as hell. We live in crazy times. And of course now you have people being like, are these photos AI? Like, I don't know. But like, it is bad enough that this is something that even Republicans are talking about. Here's Josh Hawley on Fox News talking about it.
This whole McConnell situation.
I want to remind you guys, this guy gave a fucking air fist to January 6thers on the day of January 6th.
Yeah. Do you think he's put out enough information? Some people are saying he should put out a video. And what do you think it says about the issue of age limits? That's what people are talking about for members of Congress.
No, I don't know anything about McConnell's health because I know zero. I'm totally in the dark. And, I certainly wish him well and his family. I do think that, at a certain point, you have an obligation to your constituents in the country to tell them what's going on. So I can't do that for him because I have zero idea. I never have had any idea about any of his health stuff. But I hope he recovers. But I also hope that they get the transparency out there and tell people, what the situation is. I'm a term limit guy, so I'm all for that. I mean, and I just think, listen, nothing against colleagues who are older, because you could be. I can think of some colleagues who are.
I want to really emphasize here, this guy's a colossal piece of shit. But like, I want you to understand what he's doing here is effectively saying Mitch McConnell shouldn't have his job. Mitch McConnell is too old. He shouldn't have his job. And I think that that's a really interesting thing to say at this particular moment in time. Given the wider context of Mitch McConnell in the Senate.
Grassley, for example, Chuck is 90, I think. And, heck, he's sharp as a tack and spry and all that stuff. So that's great. But I do think there needs to be term limits. People just come and stay here forever. And I don't think that's what the founders intended. I don't think it's what people want. So I've always been a big proponent of constitutional amendment for term limits. Listen, we're to be down a vote. There's not a lot of members of the United States Senate to start with. We've got a slim majority, and so it's not easy. It's a very, very slender thing. So I defer to Finn on what.
Is he trying to look reasonable? He's trying to look reasonable, but also he's hungry. He has a lot of ambition. He wants to be a force in future Republican politics. And so he knows that term limits play well. He knows that right now, even other Republicans are looking at Mitch McConnell's situation and going, uh-oh. And so he's speaking some truth, but it's truth more to the reality of the Republican situation and what Republican constituents are thinking.
How he wants to manage it, but I just hear a lot from leadership that, we don't have the votes for this, we don't have the vote for, like voter ID, we don't have the votes for that. Well, so,
See, that gets to it right there. Voter ID, we don't have the votes for it. Maybe you all shouldn't be in office because you're too old, huh? That's what he's putting forward here, it's in his self-interest to differentiate himself and set himself up for future electoral success in the Republican Party. That's what he's trying to do. He's playing the long game. He wants to be the next John Thune, you know? But, yeah. I just think it's very strange, whatever's going on with Mitch McConnell. Anyway, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think is happening to Mitch McConnell. And also, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We need folks to get involved on the local level. We can help you do it. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Get involved today. It is silly, but it's very, very important to get involved in politics on the local level. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for
I'm not
trans
sure
femmes.
if I'm having deja vu, but I feel this McConnell situation has played out before.
It did. It happened in 2022. A lot of the conversation around Mitch McConnell happened in 2022. Let me bring it up here.
Meanwhile, here in Washington, there are new concerns tonight about the health of the Senate's top Republican, Mitch McConnell. McConnell was in the middle of a press conference when he abruptly stopped speaking. The 81-year-old fell earlier this year and suffered a concussion. CBS's Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill with the latest.
And a string of
Just a few moments into his weekly news conference, Minority Leader Mitch McConnell stopped talking mid-sentence and froze.
Okay, Mitch. Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press?
He was escorted away by colleagues before returning a few minutes later to answer reporters' questions.
I'm fine.
You're fine, you're fully able to do your job.
McConnell emerged from his office this evening after receiving a call from President Biden.
Well, the president called to check on me. I told him I got sandbagged.
A McConnell aide said he felt lightheaded and stepped away for a moment, but
yeah, it's been a concern for a while now. So if you are feeling like you've seen this all play out before, you're not wrong. It's kept happening because this guy's still in office. A minor neurological event, indeed. Anyway, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It is sexy, comfortable, and non-tucking lingerie. New sizes have been added, new color is added, and we got a full restock. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Oof. All right. You know what? Let's talk about, you guys ready to talk about Amy Acton? We gotta talk about it. We gotta do the shit. Y'all ready? Also, just want to say, Bob-tailed Trucker, thank you for the additional $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. And what's Amy acting on? Hey, who's Amy? We'll talk about it. But also, before we get to that, we've been going for about 3 hours now. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Here you go. Go. right. Just gonna here.
FYI, trans girl, atheist, and a trucker. Hence the name.
Hell yeah. Love that for you, Bobtailed Trucker. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Hell yeah, more power to you. And appreciate you. Okay, we need to... I had an extension that allowed me to have better control over... There we go. Nope, okay. That's fine. I have an extension that should be allowing me to have better control over Instagram videos, but it seems to have not stopped working. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. All right, let's do it. Fuck it, we ball. Here we go, folks. Whew. So, folks, we have to talk about Amy Acton, who is currently running for governor, I believe, of Ohio. And, well, let's give you an introduction to Amy, shall we? Wow. That looks like someone who's really into, supporting LGBTQ rights. That sounds great. What a wonderful candidate for governor. I know Ohio has a long history of, making sure that LGBTQ people are miserable, but hey, it's great that the Democratic Party can coalesce behind a Democrat who's willing to fight for LGBTQ Ohioans' rights. That's really cool. Anyway, fast forward to not Pride Month, and Amy Acton adds LGBTQ plus equality language to campaign platform following anti-transgender controversy. So, basically, she was willing to put up a video during Pride to use LGBTQ people as props for her campaign, but then when it actually stopped being Pride, she what exactly happened with this anti-transgender controversy? Well, let's take a look here. What actually happened? She did an interview with the Toledo Blade on the last day of Pride, June 30th, actually. And wouldn't you know it, she said some shit. Supreme Court upholds state transgender sports bans. Let's take a look here. Let's find the quote from Amy Acton. Here we go. Ohio Senate President Rob McCauley, Mr. Ramaswamy's running mate, said every Democrat in the legislature voted against House Bill 68. Does Amy Acton agree with the liberal extremists in her own party? Mr. McCauley said. If the press was doing its job, it would ask her. Dr. Acton said she agrees with the law prohibiting transgender women in sports from participating in women's and girls' sports. Quote, I do not support boys playing in girls' sports. This is already settled law in Ohio, and as governor, I will enforce and uphold the law. As a doctor, public servant, and mom, I will always stand up for fairness and protect kids' health and safety. While my opponent tries to divide us, I'm laser focused on issues that matter most to Ohioans: lowering costs, cracking down on corruption, and cutting taxes for working families. But not, keeping trans kids of working families alive, I guess. This is the, as far as I can tell, the leading Democrat for governor in Ohio here. And it is, that's the anti-trans controversy that is being talked about. So I want to really highlight the sequence of events here. She was willing during Pride Month to celebrate and use queer people as props in her videos, but the second she was called upon to actually show a backbone and stand up for the T part of LGBTQ plus people, she said, nah, Lamau, fuck that, and threw trans people under the bus. And called trans girls boys. Like, I don't know. I don't think you get to pretend to be an LGBTQ ally while misgendering trans people. I don't think you get to do that, actually. And that's just seems to me like that should, to any sane Democrat in 2026, be a non-starter. And yet, here we are. Here we are. This, of course, has been received very poorly by LGBTQ people in Ohio. Specifically, the Ohio Democratic Pride Caucus and the Ohio Democrats Progressive Caucus. The Progressive Caucus actually put out a statement condemning Amy Acton before being forced by the Ohio State Party to retract that statement because they didn't go through the proper channels as an internal caucus to the Democratic Party, effectively censoring any progressive criticism of Amy Acton. It is really, really gross. This is all very Ohio. It is very Ohio. It's not unexpected for Ohio, but it is deeply disgusting nonetheless. And in order to cover her ass, she added the following language to her website, which I want to stress was not there originally. All Ohioans deserve to be treated fairly and equally under the law. As governor, I am committed to standing up against discrimination and ensuring that every Ohioan, including members of the LGBT community, receives equal protection under the law. Except trans people. Fuck them, right? Except trans people. The thing that gets me, right, is that I'm a trans woman on the internet. I get misgendered every time I go live. Every time I am live and making content and talking with you guys, there's like a flood of dipshits and cruel conservative ghouls who try to make me feel bad and try to misgender me. And I don't really care about that. It obviously takes some kind of toll on me, but for the most part, I'm a tough cookie. But the most vulnerable people in the world are trans kids. You know, like they're arguably one of the most vulnerable groups in the entire world. And you took the opportunity as someone running for political office, one of the highest political office on the state level. And you took the opportunity to attack the most powerless people in your state. And you did it in a way that specifically furthers the discrimination against them. It's infuriating. And then you try to cloak it with this progressive sounding language, and it's just bullshit. And we know it's bullshit because at the slightest available opportunity, you attacked fucking children. You attacked kids. It's grotesque.
Jack, you're missing it. Ohio law
Oh, no,
already
I know.
discriminates against trans
We're getting
people.
that.
So when she says equal protection under the law,
Oh, I
she's
know.
not suggesting she'll revoke the laws. It's status quo.
No, I get that. We're getting to that. The fact is, she's upholding the laws that Republicans passed to discriminate against trans people, against LGBTQ people in Ohio. When she's talking about saying, oh, yeah, I will make sure everyone has equal protection under the law, that doesn't exist right now for LGBTQ people in Ohio. It doesn't exist. She is lying. And she is, frankly, again, turning LGBTQ people into props. It is gross. There is a part of me that gets so mad seeing these opportunistic, parasitic politicians taking advantage of a moment in front of a camera to try and maximize their profile with the worst people on earth by attacking kids. By trying to foment the power of the government against children. She abuses her status as a doctor. She abuses her status as a Democratic candidate for governor. She abuses her status as somebody with a platform. And that is fucking unacceptable. It is unacceptable to me. Like, how do you claim to be someone who has taken an oath to do no harm? And she's, by the way, a pediatrician who has taken an oath to do no harm. And then she does this shit. Misgenders kids, would deny them medical treatment, would deny them equal participation in society. It's evil. It is evil. And what is unacceptable to me is that it looks at what Republicans have tried to make the status quo and says, this is what Democrats should accept as the status quo. It makes me furious. Makes me so mad. I will push for anti-discrimination laws so Ohioans aren't unjustly fired from their job or denied housing, other public accommodations, or equal pay because of their race, gender, sexual orientation, or religion. Acton's official website reads, as governor, I will be focused on bringing our communities together, not on sowing hatred and division. Every Ohioan deserves to live freely and be treated with dignity. Unless they're a kid who's trans, I guess. It is disgusting. Like, this is where we're at. You know? And we've seen the backlash here play out in a couple of interesting ways.
Insert the MLK White moderate quote from his Birmingham jail letter. Martin Luther King's observations are evergreen as always. These fucking moderates of the white non-oppressed majorities.
And, like, I just have to say that this segment is entirely how this cannot be acceptable. this approach from Democrats cannot be acceptable. And I say that because it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost for actual kids' lives. When this woman looked at the internal calculus of her political campaign, she said, it is acceptable for me to spread and facilitate and empower messaging that harms trans kids. And like, I don't find that to be an acceptable cost. Like, I'm sorry. If you think that that's what it takes to win, I want somebody who's willing to do better than that. Because it comes at a real cost. It comes at the cost of children's lives. This is an article, one of the most moving articles of this ilk that I have read in quite some time. I'm going to link it in the chat here for all of you to read. God. Here. Okay. I guess we're just not allowing right-clicking on URL bars anymore. That's cool. No? Maybe I just have too many tabs open. That's probably it. There we go. So, Control C. It wasn't letting me do it. All right. Idaho pushed anti-trans laws for years, then a teen died. This is an article about a trans girl named May Pollard. Right?
It's also worth noting that Ohio already has a bathroom law, a ban on gender-affirming care, under litigation, and gender markers on licenses, litigation too.
Idaho also has the same laws. These kinds of laws that Amy Acton is acknowledging as a new status quo that she finds unproblematic, that she finds acceptable, they kill girls like May Pollard. They kill children. Like, this is heartbreaking. After May Pollard died on a late January morning, a detective asked her parents a question. Had anyone wanted to hurt her? A lot of America, her mother answered. Less than an hour earlier, Elise Thorpe had found her daughter's body inside their home, called 911, and sobbed as she tried to revive her. May, an avid poet and gamer, had been struggling and increasingly withdrawn. Now at 16, she was gone, and the detective from the Boise Police Department wanted to know what Elise meant. May's father answered instead. There's a huge amount of animosity every single day thrown at trans kids, Joseph Pollard replied, voice rising. The whole fucking country, the whole fucking administration, every single fucking day. His raw fury came from the years of pain he and Elise watched May endure since she came out as a transgender girl. She avoided eating or drinking at school for fear that she would need to go to the bathroom, and she panicked when she had to use one for the boys. She talked of hurting herself if she couldn't start taking estrogen. She hated how state laws highlighted the only way she was different when she longed to fit in. It was more than any kid should have to go through. You worry about that hatred being internalized, and that's what happened to my kid, Elise told NBC News. It got inside. This is a picture of May's mother holding her stuffed sloth. I want you to remember that stuffed sloth. Because this is the fucking cost, man. This is the cost. This is the cost of every single time Democrats capitulate on trans issues. It is the cost every single time one of those fuckers goes on a panel show on the Sunday circuit and says, well, I don't want my daughter playing with boys. This is the cost of every single time Christopher Rufo gets a fluff piece in the New York Times. This is the cost of every single time a journalist tries to both sides this issue and trans people in general. This is the cost. It's dead kids. It's dead trans people. Only a monster's heart wouldn't break. In Idaho alone, within the last few years of May's life, state legislators proposed more than 4 dozen bills aimed at LGBTQ rights, and Governor Brad Little signed 15 into law, according to the ACLU. Many targeted youth, banning trans minors from getting treatments like puberty blockers and hormone therapy, and prohibiting classroom instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity in public K-12 schools. State lawmakers who supported the bills have said their intent is to protect children. Healthcare for trans kids hasn't been studied enough, they said, and during school, students shouldn't be exposed to information about sexual orientation and gender in ways their parents find inappropriate. We need to stop sterilizing and mutilating children under the age of 18, State Representative Bruce Skaug, a Republican who sponsored the state's transition care ban for minors, said when the measure passed the House in 2022. May had been aware of what was happening. She wrote poetry that she shared with friends about not fitting in and self-harm. One of her favorite songs by the noise pop band Stomach Book was about trans identity and oppression. She wanted to be a teenage girl, not an activist, playing video games with her friends and exchanging silly messages about cats and music. But she also felt that what she and other trans kids experienced was unfair. Last summer, she joined a lawsuit under the pseudonym Jane Doe to challenge a state law that banned trans students in K-12 schools from using bathrooms or locker rooms aligning with their gender identities. The law had forced her to use gender-neutral bathrooms at school, effectively outing her. Now, many of you may have remembered me talking about this lawsuit last year, because this was one of the things that might have put a stop to what was happening in Idaho. Might have put a stop and offered a path forward to stopping stuff like this in Ohio. And she was one of the girls fighting this fight. At 16 years old, she was going to fight this all the way to the Supreme Court. I don't want people to know I am transgender without my consent, even students who might be friendly, May said in a case filing last fall. I find being forced to use a separate bathroom ostracizing, and I feel like I'm being treated like this other kind of thing. Throughout the last few years, advocates and doctors have camped outside the state representative's office and stayed late at Capitol buildings, including in Idaho, to oppose anti-trans bills, sharing stories of trans friends and loved ones who attempted or died by suicide. Research has shown, they told lawmakers, that trans youth are at increased risk of self-harm, especially when they don't have access to treatment like hormone therapy. Being transgender, they stress, does not make a person inherently more prone to suicide, but the climate they face can pose a threat to mental health. The parents go and testify, we say, children are going to die, Elise said. I want to remind you all, Elise's daughter just killed herself. And she's talking with NBC News. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine losing a child and being able to talk about this so candidly. Parents go and testify, and we say children are going to die. We tell the legislators that, and they dismiss it. I guess they think it's hyperbole, or they think it's hysteria, or they think it's an acceptable outcome, probably some mix of those things. So I don't understand why there is an unwillingness to connect these laws to these outcomes. It was right there from the start. She had watched the toll they took on her daughter. Man, this one gets me. May was energetic and curious when she was little. She loved trips to the zoo. She excelled in her studies. She started to change in other ways. She grew her hair long, chose glasses from a women's display at the iSmart Express near their home. She asked her mom for bows to wear in her hair. Come out, come out. Elise remembers thinking, I'm ready to help you, but you have to tell me. May came out to her dad during her 8th grade year. She texted him one day out of the blue explaining she identified as a girl and hoped he would support her. He texted back immediately, I support you 100%. He remembers telling her, I want you to be who you are, and it's not a problem with me. Over the course of several months, May slowly came out to her mom over a series of evening conversations in her bedroom. One night, she reclined against a pillow on her twin bed, Pokemon stuffies decorating the surrounding shelves, and told her mom that she had a decision to make. Elias, sitting cross-legged on the floor, listened. May talked about her gender, but also what sounded like contemplations of self-harm. What she knew was that her body was unlivable, Elise said, and she wasn't sure what we could do about that. Her parents supported her by switching her schools, starting therapy, changing her name, developing what her mom described as her signature goth cottagecore style. One of her favorite looks included a long-sleeved pink button-up shirt with a lace collar and pockets, paired with a skirt and black high-top Converse. And, like, I gotta tell you guys, if you know a lot of trans people, I guarantee you know somebody like May. I guarantee it. Like, May Pollard could have been any one of us. And when I hear Democrats like Amy Acton or Seth Moulton or any other Democrat capitulating on this issue, what I see is someone saying they're okay with this outcome. And one of the reasons I want to be very outspoken about this is because I hope Amy Acton changes course. Because where we're at right now, we cannot allow this cancer to grow in the Democratic Party. It cannot be acceptable to say you are willing to let children die because you thought being bigoted would get you some votes. We cannot allow for that mentality to be validated in any conceivable way. As she got older, May spent more time in her room. Elise enjoyed hearing her play video games behind her closed door, laughing and good-naturedly swearing. That's a direct quote. She made a tradition of attending PAX West, an annual gaming conference in Seattle, with her dad. May would shed her quiet, reserved manner, teaming up with strangers for tournaments. Last year, she went in cosplay as a character from one of her favorite games, posing for her selfies when, at home, she wouldn't allow her family to take photos of her. She would always come home from that conference with so much confidence, Joseph said. If the cosplay photo breaks me, man. She's gone to conventions cosplaying a Deltarune character. And I see politicians And I know that I'm talking a lot about Amy Acton here and Democrats capitulating here, but I want to be clear. The blood is on the hands of every single person who voted for this and said that they were okay with this. Every single Republican that voted for these laws, they have her blood on their hands. I do not know how these people consider themselves to have souls, consider themselves to be subject to some kind of higher power when they are out here facilitating the suicides of trans kids. This is the direct effect of their actions to discriminate against kids like May. May tried to settle into herself but found living in Idaho made it harder. In 9th grade, May confided in her dad that she was struggling with suicidal thoughts and made a plan to harm herself. She said she needed to medically transition, but she knew she couldn't under the state law until she turned 18. She asked her dad if he could use her Christmas money to buy hormones online. Guys, do you have any idea how much it breaks my heart to imagine a child begging their parents if they can use their Christmas money to get the medical treatment they need? Fuck. Her parents recognized her increasing need for treatment. Elise took May to her pediatrician, who wrote her a referral to receive care in Oregon. After spending several months on a wait list, May and Elise flew to Portland in the fall of May's sophomore year when she was 15 so she could start estrogen. She had to visit the doctor every 6 months. Once Trump took office and began a federal crackdown on a gender-affirming treatment for young people, Elise drove more than 13 hours round trip for the visits because she worried about creating a federal record of flying for transition care. And this is another part of this story that rips me apart inside, which is that May had parents who clearly loved her and did everything in their power to keep her here. They were flying to other states to get her the care they need. They were driving 13 hours round trip to get her the care that she needed. But when you're a parent and you have to fight the entire goddamn world, the entire federal government, the entire state government, it's too much. And May got crushed. The treatment brightened May. Her mom said it seemed like for the first time in a long time, May wanted to live. But anytime there was even a small delay in filling her prescription, she would become more anxious and withdrawn. Elise looked to find her additional outlets, and early last year, they joined a monthly support group for trans kids and parents through the Boise Unitarian Universalist Fellowship. After hearing during the meetings that May was struggling, Emmy Irwin, another trans girl, reached out and they quickly became best friends. Their first hangout lasted almost all day, Emmy said, starting with hours of gabbing at a coffee shop and ending at her house to watch Castle in the Sky, classic Studio Ghibli film. From then on, they messaged nearly every day. They liked taking trips to the arcade, where Emmy, 18, said she would drag May to play Japanese rhythm games, only for May to beat her every time. They bonded over a shared desire to be authentic. Neither of us, Emmy said, had to explain ourselves to each other. Like, it is rough right now to be trans in America. And I think, it's rough on me. And I'm a fully grown adult. I'm a fully grown adult, and I feel terror when I go outside, even in a state that is supportive of trans people. I feel worried that I'm going to run into, someone who is going to try to make my transness their problem. And it is much, much harder for a trans child where their entire world is discrimination and fear. And it's worse when those kids know that the state is armed up against them. The government, the laws are aligned against them. Trans kids have it so fucking rough, man. Trans kids have it so rough. The healthcare system isn't doing any good for these people. No, it's not the healthcare system failing trans people. It's society failing trans people. If you ever stop and wonder, hey, why do trans people kill themselves so often? It's because society hates trans people and actively persecutes trans people. It's because people come into my chat all the time and talk about how I'm basically subhuman. And people do that in person to trans people and trans kids all the time. And when you get called subhuman day in and day out, it takes a toll. Especially takes a toll on kids. That isn't a failure of our healthcare system. It's a failure of our society. And it has been weaponized by the worst people in our society for political gain. And I find that to be absolutely disgusting. Assault doesn't solve anything. Nobody's talking about assault. When the bathroom law took effect in July of 2023, it faced an immediate challenge. Lambda Legal, the LGBTQ legal advocacy organization, sued on behalf of a handful of students, claiming the measure was unconstitutional and asking a judge to block it. A federal district court declined to do so, but the students appealed, and a Ninth Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals panel blocked the law that fall while judges considered the case. The reprieve didn't last. A second panel of Ninth Circuit judges reversed the decision in spring of 2025, siding with the state's argument that it was justified in treating trans students differently in the interest of protecting student privacy in bathrooms and locker rooms, which I do want to say, what a shit argument. You already, like if you're in a locker room or a bathroom, you ostensibly already have privacy. Like, if you are in a bathroom stall, you have privacy. Like this is just baseline discrimination. The judges determined that locker rooms where showers may not have curtains or stalls pose the biggest privacy concern. The state had an interest, they wrote, in protecting students from being exposed to the naked bodies of other students of the opposite sex, or from having to expose their own bodies. And I just want to point out, there's a really easy solution here. Put goddamn doors on the stalls. Like, the thing that kills me about a lot of these stories and a lot of these circumstances that get put forward is like, oh, no, we couldn't. Look, obviously, all of the girl students should be able to see each other naked if they have vaginas. And it's just like, wait, what? That's weird too. All the boys should be able to see each other as long as they have dicks. Wait, that's weird. That's a weird standard to have. The way better solution here is to give every student privacy. Give every student like a stall that has a door. But heaven forbid a school district have to spend like $1,000 putting doors on stalls. Heaven forbid that schools have to spend money, that the state have to spend like, I don't know, $100,000 in order to put the doors on changing rooms or curtains on showers. Heaven forbid. No. If we do that, we won't be able to give a tax cut to Richard Richardson, the richest man in the state. And this is the thing that kills me. Like, they talk about it like it's in the interest of student privacy. If you're talking about a locker room where there aren't places for students to change in private, it's not privacy, is it? They don't give a shit about student privacy. Also, I can tell you this, trans students don't want to get changed. They don't want to get naked in front of other students. This goes, by the way, both before and after transition, right? I just, like, there's literally nothing on earth that is more uncomfortable but rather than spend money on doors in Idaho or Ohio, this is the argument they're going with. Last July, before her junior year, she joined the case after learning about it through her support group. She saw an opportunity to help while remaining anonymous. At the time, besides the boys' room, May was allowed to use 2 bathrooms at Boise High School, one in the nurse's office and another across campus in a separate building. May found the option stigmatizing. Because, of course, if you're one of the only, maybe the only trans girl at this high school, people are going to start noticing that the only place you go to the bathroom is the nurse's office, or you have to leave the entire building to go to the opposite side of campus in order to use that bathroom. We're literally at a point where, like, if you're a trans girl or trans boy, like, you're segregated from, like, the general population at your school. And I want to remind you all, that is especially lonely if you are, like, the only trans kid in your school, which is often the case, because there aren't that many of us. And, like, that takes a toll. Kids notice. They talk. They make fun of you. I have nightmares about this almost every night. There's a reason trans people have higher rates of kidney disease and urinary tract infections. It's because we dehydrate ourselves rather than go to the bathroom. If we know we're going out into the world, a lot of trans people dehydrate themselves so they don't need to go and use an unknown, potentially unsafe bathroom. It has a physical toll on our bodies, a measurable one, as well as a mental toll. May found the option stigmatizing. She was tired of feeling starved and parched by the time her afternoon classes rolled around. If she had the slightest stomach upset, she would miss school altogether. Elise said she warned May's teachers about what was happening during parent-teacher conferences, but the instructors didn't know what to do. The Boise School District declined to discuss May's case with NBC News, citing student privacy laws, but said in a statement that it prioritizes creating safe, welcoming learning environments where every student has the opportunity to learn and grow and succeed. Which is obviously bullshit because they didn't do that for her. May told the court that one of the gender-neutral bathrooms at the school became known as the trans bathroom. She felt like she was under a microscope. While I am transgender, I don't view it as the defining feature of who I am as a person, May wrote in an affidavit for the case. I just want to fit in. It is upsetting to think that I may have to go through the rest of high school without access to something as basic as the ability to use the same restroom as everyone else. This is truly disgusting. Truly, truly disgusting. May wanted gender-affirming surgery, but the closest surgeons her doctors referred her to were in Portland or Denver. During her recovery, she and her mom would need to live in one of the cities for 3 months. To save for the expense, Elise picked up a second job working evenings as a grocery store cashier. May dreamed of moving to Oregon and leaving Idaho for good. She'd run away once before, but only made it a few miles from home before her dad found her. She turned to poetry, emptying pain through her keyboard. Across several poems, she wrote of fatigue, feeling out of place, and death. Tired, mired still, I soak into the carpet. Little, brittle chill. Remind me that I don't fit. She shared some of her work online in a chat room. Emmy tried to connect deeper, checking on May every day. Elise said she went back and forth on the possibility of inpatient care, and May's messages grew more concerning. Everyone always leaves me before summer arrives, usually before spring even, May wrote to Emmy in early January. I'm going to stay by your side as long as you want me to, May. Emmy responded, I promise. A week later, May shared another poem in the chat room. Asbestos, radiation, there was no violation. Typical trauma missing, pained lives still got me wishing. Maybe it's problematic. Think I've more ghosts in my attic. Guess this is actually bliss, 'cause there's few cuts on my wrists. Hollowing, rotting within, until my spirits cave in, my heartbeat slows to a stop, and in the static I drop. May and Emmy last spoke the evening of January 26th. How are you? Emmy messaged. Okay, May replied. Are you sure? Emmy asked. Yeah, May said. Sorry, kinda distracted. May asked about Emmy, who said she was good but sleepy. I'll leave you to it, though, Emmy told her. That night, Elise arrived home late after working both of her jobs and briefly saw May when she came out of her room to take a shower. She said May smiled and told her she had a good day. They both went to bed. The next morning, on January 27th, Elise woke up early and made May breakfast, fried eggs and veggie bacon like she always did. She took it upstairs to May's room, only to find it empty. She screamed, saw that May had left a note on her desk, and hoped that she had just run away again. She called 911 to report May missing while her partner dialed May's dad. Joseph called and called May, begging her to respond. I love you so much, he remembers texting her. Please, please just let us know you're safe. Elise tore through the house looking for May before she found her lifeless in a downstairs bedroom. All of this resulted in May's case as Jane Doe being dropped, because the other trans kid in the state had graduated, and this case can only be brought by kids who are within the high school system. If you age out, the case cannot be pursued. So with May's death, there is no longer a case being waged on behalf of trans kids in Idaho. And I'm going to read you guys the press release from the Attorney General of Idaho, Raul Labrador. This is from May 21st. Attorney General Raul Labrador announced today that the legal challenge to Idaho's school privacy law has come to an end after the plaintiffs agreed to voluntarily dismiss both their district court case and their Ninth Circuit appeal. The case, Sexuality and Gender Alliance versus Crutchfield, targeted Idaho's law protecting sex-specific spaces in K-12 public schools, including locker rooms, showers, restrooms, and overnight accommodations. In March of 2023, the Idaho legislature passed Senate Bill 1100, requiring students in Idaho public schools to use bathrooms, locker rooms, showers, and overnight facilities corresponding to their biological sex. The law also requires schools to provide single occupancy accommodations for any student who prefers not to use a multi-occupancy facility. Shortly after passage, a student and the Sexuality and Gender Alliance filed suit, claiming the law violated the Equal Protection Clause, Title IX, and the right to privacy. In October of 2023, U.S. District Judge David Nye denied the plaintiff's request for a preliminary injunction, agreeing with Attorney General Labrador's arguments that SB 1100 is substantially related to the government's important interest in protecting the privacy and safety of students. The plaintiffs appealed to the Ninth Circuit, which unanimously affirmed the district court in March 2025, finding that protecting students' bodily privacy is a legitimate government interest and that the law violated neither the Equal Protection Clause nor Title IX. The plaintiffs have now agreed to drop the case entirely. Quote, "From the district court to the Ninth Circuit, we defended Idaho's right to protect students' privacy in bathrooms and locker rooms," said Attorney General Labrador. "Idaho families can be confident that this law is fully in effect and will remain so. Each side will bear its own costs and fees under the stipulation." Not a single mention in any of that the sole remaining child within the school system had killed herself, and that there were no longer any children able to bring this case before the courts. May took her life, but these are the people who killed her. You know, the lawmakers, the judicial system. It was too much, and they killed her. And in their press release acknowledging their victory, they don't even acknowledge her death. Brace yourselves. May's family and friends have felt her absence in a million little moments. Her empty, untouched room, her spot at the support group, which now lights a blue candle with her name etched onto it before every meeting. The rear seat in Elise's car where May would sit whenever they drove to her brother's college in Oregon. Daily traditions have ended. Every morning, May rode to school with her dad, who kept a tin of mints in his car. As soon as she got in, he'd take a mint and May would take one. The tin has sat untouched in Joseph's car with 2 mints left since January. One for him and one for May. When we talk about there being a cost When we talk about Democrats who call trans girls boys and trans boys girls, this is the cost. When we talk about bathroom bills, when we talk about, trans sports, when we talk about all this shit, it becomes so easy to abstract it, but this is the fucking cost. And when you see a Democrat breaking ranks to try and be edgy, to try and throw trans kids' lives away, these are the lives they throw away. Amy Acton, by coming out there and saying, "Oh, well, we'll enforce the status quo laws in Ohio as they are," effectively sets the stage as a Democrat for more kids like May to die, just in another state too. Whenever Emmy and May became bored and needed to fill the silence, they'd meow Christmas songs to each other, no matter the season. Over the last few months, Emmy had found herself meowing Jingle Bells when she's alone. She had a lot to give this world, Joseph said. Whether she was trans or not, this world, not just my world, this world would have been a better place with her in it. And I think fundamentally, this is something that a lot of Republicans in particular don't believe in. A lot of Republicans do not believe that the world would be better with trans people in it. They actually believe that trans people make the world worse. And it's why so many of them are gladly complicit with policies that kill us. The policies that led to May's death. So when you see Gavin Newsom going on a podcast talking about how I don't want my kids playing sports with, I don't want my girls playing sports with boys, slapping ass with Charlie Kirk on his podcast, or when you see Amy Acton throwing trans girls under the bus, it's pretty grotesque, It's pretty grotesque. And because, I do the Transatlantic Call-In show. I talk about, the arguments around, trans kids and trans people in sports quite a bit. And I know that, frankly, Republicans just don't care. You can cite all of the studies you want. You can give them the most comprehensive meta-analysis of sports, ability among trans people. They don't give a shit. They do not give a shit. You can present them all of the evidence in the world that shows that there's no meaningful difference between trans girls and cis girls, or trans men and cis men when it comes to athletic ability. Because transition and gender affirming care level that playing field quite effectively. But they don't give a shit. And it's fundamentally because they don't view trans people as people. And they view the world as better without us in it. And I think that's pretty gross. I think it is a gross mentality to have about an entire group of people. On March 31st, which is Transgender Day of Visibility, the governor signed a law making it a crime for trans people to use restrooms in line with their gender identities in government-owned buildings and private businesses across Idaho. The next day, advocates held a sit-in inside the governor's office to protest. I want to support the protesters and remind everyone, including the governor, Elise said, that the stakes are real. She stood outside his office, holding a small stuffed sloth and a photo of May. Because that's the cost. That is the cost. And it devastates me. It absolutely devastates me. And I want to direct your attention to this piece by the Substack Balls and Strikes by Jay Willis. Anti-trans activists know what the Supreme Court will let them do next. Brett Kavanaugh says that sports are just different. The anti-trans activists he's emboldening do not see things that way. In the paragraph that follows, I'm going to briefly subject you to something that, if I were not writing a newsletter, I would not ask my worst enemy to read. Insights from the mind of Riley Gaines, whose ability to parlay a fifth-place finish at a college swim meet into a career as an anti-trans podcaster is a tribute to what late-stage capitalism can accomplish. Quote, I think we're going to continue to see movement and allow the people's voice to be heard, especially in some of those purple states, Gaines told Politico last month, after the Supreme Court in West Virginia v. BPJ upheld state lawmakers' power to bar trans girls from playing women's sports. Each major decision gives your ordinary person more cover to say something that was the standard, like the default position to take really not that long ago. And that's really the case here, right? What people fail to understand when they concede on trans sports, because they, again, I am going to throw this out there. Fundamentally, I think that the trans sports salience, the salience of this issue, is largely due to the fact that a lot of cis people intuitively feel that the anti-trans argument is correct and haven't bothered to look into it. And I say that, and I'm just gonna, I'm gonna throw a Hail Mary here. Maybe somebody will give a shit. Maybe. Pull this up. Here we go. This is from the British Journal of Sports Medicine, or British, sorry, not the British Journal of Sports Medicine. This is from the British Medical Journal, right? Wait, no. Yeah, no, this is the British Journal of Sports Medicine. I got it right the first time. My bad. This is a systematic review. Body composition and physical fitness in transgender versus cisgender individuals, a systematic review with meta-analysis. They look at over 50 studies composed of hundreds and thousands of trans people, right? And what they find is that there is no meaningful difference in athletic ability between trans people and cis people. There just isn't one. When we talk about there being a difference that persists beyond transition, beyond HRT, that difference is that trans women tend to be taller. But there are also other groups of women that tend to be taller. You can have, people from China tend to be shorter than people from America. And yet we still allow the Chinese women's team to participate in volleyball against the American women's team. That is a difference that we have largely, by and large, accepted within sports. But for whatever reason, this difference to a lot of conservatives in particular seems to be very, very salient. And when we're talking about this, the reason that I'm bringing this up is because the intuitive gut reaction that some people have, even people on the left or Democrats have, that, oh, well, obviously the anti-trans position is correct on sports, but nothing else. The gut thing there that's happening, that's what's being used as the wedge issue to get a foot in the door so that Republicans can systematically strip trans people of their rights. And we know that that is the case because we see it playing out on the state level. That is what is happening to these trans kids. That is why these trans kids are killing themselves. It's because they are seeing their state building walls around them, locking them in, closing the door on their ability to exist. And rather than suffer, they're saying, I don't want to go through that. I want to be who I want to be. Right? Jackson Cassidy, the reason it's different when you're talking about athletic ability is because what causes the differences during puberty? It's hormones. Your ability for your body to continue functioning relies on constant hormone production. When you take HRT, it gives you the opposite set of hormones that your body then operates with, which then causes profound body changes. That includes changes to muscle mass, bone density, etc. Which then translates to basically no difference in athletic ability between trans people and cis people. You can look at this study. I'll link it in chat if you'd like. There you go. There was a correction issued to the study, but it was basically removing one of the studies that wasn't great and adding more studies that were of higher quality. So it actually refined the results of the study and strengthened their findings. I'll link it in all of the chats, actually. There you go. Go. There you go. This is also largely the largest sample size we are likely to get, given that the nature of like all 50 studies taken as in their totality. You know?
They even apply it to chess.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, because apparently being able to turn kings into queens is OP.
Indeed, it's a very advanced move. When the king piece becomes a queen and goes beyond plus ultra, it's a super sneaker move. It's very powerful. But this is why I find the capitulation from spineless Democrats problematic. If we can't expect you to fight for trans kids, how can we expect you to fight for adults? Not just trans adults, any adults. If you won't fight for the most vulnerable group of people, how can anyone expect you to follow through or to like actually be there when times get tough? I don't think you can. So this is me ending this. I know I have talked a lot of shit about Amy Acton. There is a way to like avoid this disaster. This political implosion that's currently happening. And that's to admit you are wrong, learn, and change. It's literally the meme, fix your heart or die. Because increasingly, that's the way the wind is blowing here in America. It is blowing in a progressive direction. It is blowing towards a better future. Because people are angry, and they are filled with righteous indignation. So fix your heart or die.
Every beautiful life snuffed out under this evil shit is burned into my mind. My heart is broken and I'm so tired of seeing our youth die. There is no place to compromise on trans rights, ever.
Absolutely. Because also, it is a litmus test, you know? Like, I can't in good conscience support a candidate who is not going to support my right to exist. I can't do that. And I think most people would recognize, yeah, we can't do that. Yes, well, worth playing the quote. We'll play the quote for us to end this out.
Before you were Denise, when you were Dennis, and I was your boss, when I had you working undercover at the DEA, you were a confused and wild thing sometimes. I had enough dirt on you to fill the Grand Canyon, and I never used a spoonful because you were and are a great agent. And when you became Denise, I told all your colleagues, those clown comics, to fix their hearts or die.
David Lynch put it very, very well. Why is he yelling? He just talks like that. He's a weird little guy. Anyway. If you want to do something about this, join your local political scene. Get involved in your local politics. Join your local Dems and kick any and everyone out who doesn't support the right of trans kids to flourish and live long, full lives. You have the power to do that when you get involved on the local level. All right? You have the ability to do it. So, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help getting involved with either of those organizations, we can help you do it. Join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. And folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, because a lot of things in this world are really bad. And honestly, my partner started Imogene Olivia because a lot of things in this world are bad. Your underwear should not be something that makes you hate your body. So if you're in the market for, gender euphoric lingerie, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's non-tucking, sexy, comfortable, etc. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Also, for those of you out there struggling, don't die. You're not allowed. Genuinely, if you show up consistently, people will include, hear, and trust you. It's true. If you keep going to your meetings, you become known, and people will want to listen to you. You also just gotta, be personable a little bit. Fight's not over? Nah. Never over. We're gonna keep on fighting, we're gonna keep on winning. Still think there's a market for y'all with gender-affirming exercise wear for trans folks? Sure, but not yet. That's coming down the line. Or down the road. Maybe. We'll see.
Surviving is resistance. Stay alive and you are already beating them.
True. True, true, true. Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Oh, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, getting anything out of the show today, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show because you guys make this program possible. Could not do it without you in more ways than one on days like today. So click the goddamn button. Go. Yeah, you gotta outlive those bastards.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
Hell yeah, fancy wire.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
Max Danger, thank you for the membership.
Chat, you gotta outlive Trump. Don't let him do that to ya.
Yeah, look. Okay, here's the method. All right, the spite method of living. All right, are you guys ready? Pick the oldest sack of shit Republican you can find and say to yourself, I'm gonna outlive that motherfucker. All right? Right now, it's Mitch McConnell. But when he goes, you pick the next oldest sack of shit Republican and say, I'm gonna outlive that motherfucker. Can't let him beat me. And then you keep on going. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Insolent JDNLC, my ex's son is trans, had to move to a special school here in Connecticut, of all places, because of threats. I worry every day for him, no matter how things went between his mother and I, he will always be family. It's like that, you know?
Illegitimine on carborundum.
I don't know what that means. But thank you for the $5 super chat. And the Taffy Bot, thank you for the gifted membership as well. And pro tip for those of you looking to piss on some graves, piss in a bottle first. It's much easier to carry that and then to deploy it on the grave in question. Not that I would ever advocate for such a thing. That's just how the professionals do it, I hear. Also, you don't have... you also wouldn't have to unzip your pants. Or pop a squat or something. I feel like the partying when the bloated orange buffoon kicks it is going to be biblical. It truly is. Like, do you guys have any idea how I don't think there's going to be a comparable party. You know? You should start an affirmation account? I don't know what that means. What is that? What is an affirmation account? Spot Dogs, thank you for the $2 super chat, though. I outlived my abusive dad? Fuck yes, Foxy Cheshire. Nah, make it Babylonian. My partner and I have started planning outfits, decorations, and food to share with neighbors for when it happens. God, I imagine it's just going to be one giant fucking cookout in the street, everywhere. All right. I really wanted to cover... I didn't think that would take quite so long. But... you know, I think we'll do this segment on the Democrats
I found out yesterday that my brother punched Ivanka Trump in the face at pre-K and got sent home because of it.
What? That can't. You're fucking with us.
Just make sure the grave in question doesn't have a fetish for piss.
That's true. That's true. 2D Synctium. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Sake Tanuki, I genuinely can't tell if that's true or not. I feel like it might be. God, I'm so hungry. I didn't get to eat dinner before the interview happened.
They went to the same pre-K.
That is okay. That is very, very funny, Sake Tanuki. All right. Okay. You know, this is a very loosely connected segment here, but we're gonna go do it. We're gonna go do our damnedest, all right? Just a page where you do daily affirmations / motivation. Your aggressive way of motivating works. I'm glad it works. I genuinely have no idea what I would say if someone was like, "Motivate me now." I don't fucking know. All right, let's dive into this about Democrats. All right, more like the Democrats. God, I desperately want to know. All right, you know, I'll throw a little jab in there too. There we go. Y'all ready for our next segment?
Wait to deploy Sax Squiddle when Orange Pumpkin King kicks it.
Story of the Bard, thank you for the $5 super chat. Or dono. What is this? Oh. That will immediately get this stream demonetized. That's okay, though. I love you. But yes, the Sexy Sax Squirtle. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a B in dumb. A lot of people don't know that. Indeed. God. All right. It is a banger. It is Sexy Sax is a banger. All right. Here we go. So, folks, the Democratic Party is leaning into an election season that heavily hinges on Donald Trump's popularity. And, well, bad news for Donald Trump on that front.
Fresh new polling on the president's popularity, but not as far as the president is concerned, fresh like a daisy. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry N. This doesn't smell good.
No, the cake is getting baked, and what's being baked ain't daisies, I'll tell you that much. I mean, just take a look here. Okay.
Man, the vibe, Harry Enton, man, has weird vibes.
Trump's net approval rating. You know, a lot of stuff has happened over the last few months. Has any of that really lifted Trump from record lows for these given pollsters or second record lows? Not really. I mean, just take a look here. The Washington Post, his all-time lowest was minus 25 points back in April in terms of his net approval rating. It's approval minus disapproval. Now it's the second worst, tied for the second worst of all time at minus 24 points. CNBC was at his second lowest level at minus 18 points. And now he's at the record low for him in CNBC, minus 19 points. When you put it together, what essentially is going on is there are a lot of events in the world, but this cake, as we get closer and closer to the midterm elections, is starting to look at least a little bit baked here.
All right. Starting to look like it's got at least a little bit of dookie on it.
I mean, I suppose you could say if you're Republican, the good news is it's not getting worse, but you actually need it to be getting better.
Correct. These are horrible numbers, Johnny B.
So put it in historical perspective.
Yeah, just how horrible are these numbers? I mean, it's the worst this century for a president at this point in his second term when you look at an average of the CNBC and Washington Post polls. I mean, we're talking about right here, the average of CNBC and Washington Post, minus 22 points. Barack Obama was underwater, but not anywhere near this level. He was at minus 8. And George W. Bush, in the middle of the Iraq War, when that was going south, he was at minus 20 points. So at this point, Donald John Trump is, in fact, holding the record for the lowest net approval rating for a president in a second term at this point in the second term.
Man, the fact that you're doing worse than George W. Bush at the height of the war on terror, when it became clear that he had lied about, you know, weapons of mass destruction in order to get us into this. Like, the fact that Trump has worse numbers, they're the worst numbers anybody's ever seen,
of any president in the 21st century.
And if you think that's bad,
and if you think this is bad, what is driving this number? It's independence, baby. It's independence. Look, all-time worst at this point in a second-term net approval rating among independents.
God, you know, by the way, you know, behind the scenes at CNN, Harry Enton is considered like some kind of god. You know, like you know that he's like treated as like the studio hotshot. I you know, I feel it in my bones. I don't know anybody who knows him, but like, I get that vibe from CNN, where, you know, the same network that's like, Wolf Blitzer is our most coveted asset. We must protect him at all costs. Like,
Donald John Trump, this segment has been about baking. He takes the cake at minus 45 points among independents, even worse than Richard Milhouse Nixon, who was about to leave office because of Watergate, who had previously held the record at minus 37 points, and the aforementioned George W. Bush at minus 31 points. Donald John Trump, the worst ever rating, net approval rating, with independents at this point in a second term.
By the way, can we just like, one, you need to win independents if you want to win anything in the Republican Party. Number one. But number two, the fact that like the difference between Bush and Nixon is 6 points, the difference between Nixon and Trump is 8 points. That's crazy. That is crazy. People hate Trump so fucking much. And it's because he's eminently hateable, you know? But this is what not Republicans, this is what Democrats are running against, functionally, you know?
I'm tired of Trump holding all the world records for all the wrong things.
It's a race straight for the bottom, baby. But goddamn, me too. I want off this ride. But this is what Democrats are running against, effectively. It's whether or not Donald Trump holds sway in the midterm elections when he's not on the ballot. And, well, I gotta be honest. What I am seeing, and this is me trying to be as unbiased as possible, is that I'm seeing a wave of folks who broadly align under the banner of progressive or democratic socialist. You know, I'm seeing this wave of candidates challenging power that is getting more and more support with every passing election cycle. And we're seeing these battles play out in bigger and bigger ways.
He's doing worse than the "it's legal when the president does it" guy.
Yeah, He's doing worse than anyone else ever. It's crazy.
No wonder people are gunning for Trump. Smirking face emoji.
Megan Fox's giant boobs. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But you have this wave of progressivism sweeping the country, and even in the elections where they fail to secure office, it is indicative that there is a growing movement. It's not just one-offs. It is mass discontent. It is mass destitution. It is desperation fueling a lot of these folks who are trying to support anyone that they feel is going to give them a fair shake, right? And what is interesting is that as we see this play out, more and more money keeps getting pumped into a lot of these elections, specifically by big businesses that are trying to curry favor with the liberal establishment, that is trying to run center of the road Democrats in places that clearly have a desire for more extreme action in order to support working class folks, right? Here is Peggy Flanagan's July 7th ad that is indicative of exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to the progressive movement.
I don't think the same old go-along politics are going to cut it. But Angie Craig voted with Donald Trump more than any other Minnesota Democrat. She was the only one to vote with him to unleash ICE. And Angie Craig's taken millions from corporate interests and even voted to let Trump get rich selling crypto coins. I've spent my life leading the fight to raise the minimum wage, pass paid leave, and actually help people. This is about who's on your side, and I'm with you. I'm Peggy Flanagan. I approve this message.
I like Peggy Flanagan a lot, but this is kind of it, right? Like, the people who are coming up on the progressive side are like, hi, I'm an average person, and I want your life to get better and not worse. And my opponent has actively voted and moved to make your life worse in these 5 different ways. And if you want that to stop and for good things to happen, vote for me. And it's just like, that's happening time and time again. And a lot of center of the road Democrats or conservative Democrats are like, what do we do here? And effectively, the solution they have come across is, let's throw more and more money at these primary races. But the problem is, there's a lot of primary races, and there are too many progressives to stop. So they're trying to pick and choose their battles, right? And so here's Peggy Flanagan at an event that was held earlier today in order to boost her candidacy, along with she was endorsed by Bernie, Ilhan Omar, who's at one of the coolest venues in Minneapolis, the First Avenue. Nope, no sound for you guys. But look at them. Like, it was a big major event, and what wound up happening is that, oh look, the entire venue got sold out. There was standing room only. Like, they filled up the entire thing. And when we start looking at this particular race, it starts turning out that, hey, wait a minute, where's all this support for Angie Craig coming from? Well, I've talked about it in the past, but there is a group called North Star PAC that has been dropping all kinds of money into, Angie Craig's election. But that is far from the only moneyed group that is active within Minnesota, right? Because you also have a bunch of attacks right now funded by lobbyists in Minnesota, big money donors, to attack Omar Fateh. Now, I don't know if many of you remember Omar Fateh, but he was running to be mayor of Minneapolis a while back. He lost to Mayor Jacob Frey. And there's still, the establishment Democrats in Minnesota are still very worried about Omar Fateh potentially running again or getting into a higher office. And so there is a group called All of Minneapolis that is pouring money into an effort to try and stop Omar Fateh from becoming a new national name, right? So this is a video put out by Erin May Quaid, who is a Minnesota State Senator. And I'm going to play this for you guys right now.
This is unhinged. Okay, I don't know this group. I don't live in Minneapolis. I don't get involved in city politics in cities I don't live in, generally as a rule. But what they have said about my colleague, Senator Omar Fateh, absolutely cannot stand. This is absolutely, like, this is the most unhinged thing I've ever read in my entire life. Comparing Senator Fateh to Graham Plattner is unhinged behavior. You can dislike Senator Fateh. There are plenty of people who do. You can disagree with his politics. I do sometimes. It does not change the fact that he is a 2-term, 5-year Minnesota state senator, so he's not minimally vetted. He has passed incredible policies for the state of Minnesota, including tuition-free college. He's expanded protections for sexual assault victims on college campuses. He's the chair of the Higher Education Committee. He spent this entire session worrying about how to keep kids who are in foster care from not getting tuition support to stay in college. Okay, you can disagree with Senator Fateh's politics. You certainly can. There are plenty of people who do. But comparing him to a sex pest, to a rapist, is completely unhinged. So I don't know who this person or people are. I don't know this group, or it's a nonprofit. I don't know. I literally have no idea who they are. In fact, I'm realizing that Minnesota is not that big, and neither is politics. And so I'm realizing I might know people who are part of this. I mean, I don't know that they're part of it, but I might know people. If you know me, if I know you personally, call me so I can ream you out personally, because this is completely unhinged and it is uncalled for. And again, like, I'm not trying to get involved in Minneapolis politics. Dislike people all you want to, whatever. But Senator Fateh is my colleague, and I will not have anybody in my caucus who doesn't deserve to be called or compared to a rapist have that be done so. Fix yourselves. Get it together. None of this. Whoever these people are. And I actually don't want to know, but please don't explain to me who these people are, because I don't care. I'm never gonna interact with them. I don't live in Minneapolis. So I don't care who they are, whoever they are. Fix yourselves. This is unhinged.
It is unhinged. It absolutely is. But the question is, a good one, who is funding all of Minneapolis? And luckily, there is a piece here from Minneapolis Times titled, "Who is funding all of Minneapolis?" Great question. Who is it? All of Minneapolis is a corporate-backed super PAC that was created by the Chamber of Commerce. Its purpose is to advance the interest of its large donors, who are able to maximize their profits by influencing outcomes at City Hall. This is according to City Council President Elliot Payne. There are currently 2 PACs messaging in Minneapolis. One is all of Minneapolis, which advocates for moderate perspectives and candidates. The second is Minneapolis for the Many, which advocates for far-left socialist perspectives and candidates, according to Minneapolis Times. Both PACs are legally the same, is a very interesting point to make, because obviously a political action committee is legally the same as another political action committee. But the idea here is that all of Minneapolis is effectively a group of Minneapolis businesses that are looking to try and get more business-friendly politicians elected at the city level. And also landlords. It's, of course, fucking landlords. Both the landlords of apartment complexes, but also the corporate landlords for the empty fucking businesses that business fronts that litter Minneapolis, who use their political influence in the city in order to prevent any kind of changes that might tax them for vacancy. I just... I like it's so frustrating. It's so fucking frustrating. I just... like, the big money in our politics, it poisons people's brains. And I do mean that, by the way, all the way around. All the way around. It's not just folks on the right, it's also folks on the left. And I gotta be honest here, stuff like this makes me mad as fuck. News: Senator Elizabeth Warren endorses El Sayed in the Michigan Senate primary. Okay, normal post. This is Christopher Boozy, who is, I guess, like an entrepreneur influencer who also talks about politics. Kind of like a Patrick Bet-David type, but on, ostensibly on the left. I see Elizabeth Warren didn't learn anything from the Graham Plattner fiasco, and it's just like, what are you implying? What are you implying about Abdul El Sayed? Dude's a fucking doctor. Dude got radicalized by seeing poor people denied medical care. What are you talking? Like, that's his story. What are you talking about? This made me so mad today because I went and actually bothered to check this guy's social media account. And when it became clear earlier today that Troy Jackson was the pick in Maine, Nirav Shah dropped out of the Maine Senate race, or Senate consideration. They're doing their like hyper condensed primary right now. When it became clear that Troy Jackson was the front runner after Nirav Shah dropped out, this guy was talking shit. On Tuesday, I wrote, "Give it 24 hours. They will find another mediocre white man, wrap him up in a flannel, hand him a beer, film him near a pickup truck, and tell us this time they got it right." I called it, but it's Maine. So y'all are saying they couldn't find someone that isn't mediocre in Maine? And it's just like, this bothers me. This bothers me because Troy Jackson is a real guy. Like, dude worked as a logger in the 90s in Maine, in rural, nowhere Maine. And is one of those, like, he's not LARPing when he wears his own clothes. Like, he's guys, I don't know how to say this to you guys, but he's been consistently one of the most vocal voices for the collection of different tribes in Maine called the Wabanaki Nations, who had their sovereignty stripped in the 1980s. And he did that while saying, it's just the right fucking thing to do. That's a direct quote. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2016. He has the support of the state's unions. And also, he has been a vocal critic of Republicans in the state, pointing out and criticizing their racist policies to such an extent that the former GOP governor of Maine, Paul LePage, called him, I'm going to quote here, a son of a bitch socialist cocksucker. This guy has been fighting for Mainers practically his entire career. And I say practically because he got his start when he was a logger, unsurprisingly, as a Republican. And it took him a while to come around on gay marriage, but he eventually did, and he voted for a ban on conversion therapy. So he started from many wrong positions, but he has shown a capacity to learn and grow over time that most people should learn from. And so when we're talking about content creators and our current political climate, I want you all to just be aware that there are bad faith actors out there who are just saying shit. They're just saying shit. They're just stirring a pot, you know? And like, it also very, very much bothers me that we have effectively this situation here, another Graham Plattner fiasco. The only thing he could possibly be referring to is either he thinks that Abdul El Sayed is a secret rapist, or he's Muslim. And that's the other secret thing that's bad about him. Right? Like, when we're talking about people stirring the pot and trying to divide the Democratic electorate, this is the kind of shit, like, in the past, feds would pay people to do. Feds don't have to pay people to do it anymore because those people can just go out and be content creators and get a bunch of clicks from conservatives. Or, you know, even get a conservative sugar daddy or something. It's gross. It's grotesque. But it is part of the ongoing battle between progressives and, conservative Dems. It is part of the evolving, enlarging battlefield, because this is increasingly where the future of American politics is being fought. And donors recognize it. Content creators are recognizing it. And I gotta be honest with you, even politicians are recognizing it. This piece from from Politico about Josh Shapiro, this headline tells you everything you need to know. Josh Shapiro goes big for down ballot Dems. Why is Josh Shapiro doing that? It's because Josh Shapiro is looking to shore up his support, because he's looking at a possible presidential run. And when you see a politician making a very out of character, or potentially out of character, newsworthy effort to help down ballot races, they are doing that to curry a political favor that they are going to cash in at some point down the line. And for Josh Shapiro, that certainly looks like his attempt to run for the presidency. And we have all of this going on, and then you have, like, Haley Stevens is out here trying desperately here to attack Abdul El Sayed in Michigan as well. And it's very, very funny. Here's Haley Stevens. Well, Abdul held a campaign event in GR today talking about money in politics. He didn't mention who's putting money in his pocket, so we decided to take to the air to ask the question, what are you hiding, Abdul? Michiganders deserve transparency. That's my purse. I don't know you. There we go. Nailed it. So I guess Haley Stevens is using that AIPAC money to fly a banner to attack Abdul El Sayed, I guess. But if you'll notice here, if we zoom in a little bit, is it just me? Or is the font a little strange around PFD? It's a little weird looking. Wonder why it's a little bit bolder than the surrounding text. PFD, it's his personal financial disclosure. Because effectively, they're trying to say, oh, Abdul El Sayed is a secret millionaire because but he doesn't want people to know because he hasn't done his financial disclosure yet. And his answer is just, well, our tax situation is complicated with my wife and I filing jointly because my wife owns some rental property in India. and we like that tax situation is difficult, so we haven't filed the financial disclosure yet, which seems to me a perfectly fine reason. I hope he launches it, releases it soon. But the funny thing about that banner is that there are actual pictures of it floating around, and wouldn't you know, here's one of them. What are you hiding, Abdul? Release your PDF. The Haley Stevens campaign misspelled PFD and used Photoshop to try and correct it in her attack post on Twitter. This is where we're at in Democratic politics, I guess. You got to take all that big donor money to pay the big bucks to have Photoshop on your computer, you know? And here's the other problem for establishment Democrats, right? You're trying to make the case, if you're an establishment Democrat, that you are able to offer something better with status quo, business as usual politics. But one of the problems is that that was the message from Biden. Joe Biden ran on status quo establishment politics. His whole campaign appeal was bringing us back to normal, right? And I want to give a shout out here to this New Yorker piece, which was published today. And yeah, rather striking image here. How Biden enabled Israel's aggression toward Gaza and Iran. Top officials from the previous administration now express regret over their failure to rein in Netanyahu. And this entire piece is effectively a bunch of former Biden guys trying to say, oh, it was all Joe Biden's fault what happened in Gaza and what is happening in Iran. And the problem is, a lot of them were very complicit with everything that happened. Right? Like, I just want to highlight this piece. Allowing the Red Cross to visit detainees during a war or an occupation is one of the brightest lines established by the Geneva Conventions. Yet, after October 7th, Israel, for perhaps the first time in its history, fully blocked the organization's access to Palestinian detainees from Gaza and the West Bank, putting it in the company of pariah states such as North Korea and Eritrea, I think it is. Eritrea. Even the warring factions in Yemen allow Red Cross visits. Spoljarek noted that humanitarian groups and journalists had reported a massive surge in the number of Palestinians in Israeli prisons. At least 1,000 had been released back into Gaza, and many of them gave accounts of torture, even though the Israeli military had concluded that they were not Hamas fighters. The Times reported that one released detainee, a law student named Fadi Bakr, described being beaten so severely that his genitals turned blue and blood still appeared in his urine weeks later. He said that Israeli guards had played music so loudly that one of his ears bled. An Israeli military spokesman told the Times that the captors followed Israeli and international law and played music at a low volume to prevent detainees from coordinating. But the Red Cross couldn't address such allegations. Spoljarek said that Israel had suspended all legal operational dialogue. This is the thing, and this is the specter that is going to haunt establishment Democrats, is that they're tied to donor money. They are tied to this legacy. You cannot fundamentally make a case for bringing us back to politics as usual when the folks who wouldn't turn out in 2024 for politics as usual are being haunted by this. Who care? They like folks who didn't turn out or who are unmotivated to turn out. They aren't going to be motivated by politics as usual if this is what is being offered. People can't be motivated to vote for fucking genocide and torture. I mean, I guess unless they're monsters, but like still. Fundamentally, we come back to what Peggy Flanagan said earlier.
I don't think the same old go along politics are going to cut it.
They're not. And that is what is being offered by folks like Amy Acton and Haley Stevens. They're just, it's just not going to cut it. It's just not good enough. Status quo is not enough to right the sinking ship. It's not enough to repair the gaping wounds in the sinking ship of America that the GOP has put into it. We need actual goddamn change. So if you're interested in getting that, I do encourage each and every one of you to get involved with your local politics. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, because at the end of the day, what fixes this is more people getting involved and becoming politically active and saying enough is enough. And getting into positions of power, getting into those halls where decisions are made, getting into those meeting rooms where the votes are held. Because they are open to you. You just have to show up to the goddamn meetings. So folks, if you are willing to show up to the goddamn meetings and do the work, join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, we can help you do that. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Folks, we can make change happen. You have agency. They would not be spending tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars lobbying to get you into a state of silence if your involvement did not matter. So get involved. And, we will help you. All right. And all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments really, really help in the algorithm. Let me know what you thought was interesting about the vid. And last but not least, folks, consider checking out Imogene Olivia. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. And we just got a full restock. We have a new color. There are 2 new sizes. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. My friend became a union VP just by showing up. It's like genuinely 90% of the work is just showing up. Jack, you gorgeous pirate. I think I'm like kind of like vibing a little bit of like a Mon Mothma vibe. It's like a little kind of cape sleeves situation. It's very cool. Also, I do have to say, I think my hair is kind of giving Joanna Dark from Perfect Dark, and I like it. I like it a lot. Well, how did I not notice until now? I don't know. It's cool stuff. I like it. It's kind of like cut in like a double-breasted way, and it's a romper as well. So like irritatingly, the cut doesn't just stay centered, kind of moves around like a little bit and like gets off center, and it bothers me on camera, but it does look very good in person. We've been going through some tough subjects today. Regina from Dino Crisis. Joanna Dark, man, I gotta like get a nice cat suit. I feel like I could pull it off. All right, folks. We've been going for 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, do the things, and do consider dropping those subs and donuts. You guys make this show possible. Here you fucking go. I'll take a Dino Crisis.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click
There we go, folks. We did it. And I think I'm going to be done for the night because I am absolutely positively exhausted. We've been, you guys got a big old interview out of me. I don't know if I should start making like Legends of Evantris references, but like I almost said a dang old homunculus out of me. But I don't know how many of you would get those references. Dang old homunculus. Anyway, folks, I'm gonna go like stare into the void and just chill. And then, pass out once the horrors of the world have become too much. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Got stuff out of it today. It's like, fuck, I know that was hard. Took a mental toll on me. Phoenix, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very much appreciated. Not me, is that an anime? No, it's a live play, like Dungeons and Dragons tabletop gaming show. That doesn't always use Dungeons and Dragons as its system. But, you know what? You know what? I'm just gonna... we'll end on a good note. We'll end on a good note here. All right, here you guys go. This is I want to stress to you guys, this is an advertisement, a concept video for an upcoming tabletop game that I did back, and I am very excited to play at some point in the future, all right? Called Neon Odyssey, and it looks cool as shit, so I hope you guys enjoy this. They've also got professional animators to make it. It's very cool.
When the long working day uptown is over, all the subway lines wrap around the world. I carry myself up the stairs and pull the covers closer, chasing the dream that I might find myself again. When a memory is a time machine, whispers quiet but defiantly, it's time to leave. When a memory is a time machine, fly you on its wings from your history to
God, I fucking love the character design.
a reason to believe. It's all beyond the breakers. It's waiting for the takers on the edge of day. to what will be. A reason to believe. Sound beyond the breakers is waiting for the takers on the edge of day. The golden gleam before it fades away. On the outer edge of inner space, the gaze of a familiar face in front of me reminds me of Odyssey.
Anyway, I would watch 10, 11 seasons of that. Like, I would watch so many goddamn seasons of that television show. But unfortunately, it's not going to be a television show. It is a tabletop RPG that is meant to be played in the imagination space of your mind. But it is very fucking cool. And I'm very much looking forward to getting my hands on those books and reading them. Where can I watch this series? There is no series. It's the proof of concept to set the tone for what the tabletop game is. It's very, very cool. And my hope is that it did do well enough that maybe they're internally talking about doing a show, because like that was cool as shit. That was so cool. I'm sold. It literally, it might be the most fundraised thing in Kickstarter history. I'm not entirely sure about that, but I do know that it outraised Brandon Sanderson's project, so that's really something. That needs to be a show. Wasn't it delightful? Yeah, the video was animated by Doig Swift. Who does like a lot of really cool animation stuff. And has worked as like a professional animator. You might remember some of the work they've done because they worked animating a lot of Ninja Sex Parties stuff and also Game Grumps stuff. But they've also animated quite a bit of other things as well. It's very, very cool. Anyway, I thought that would be a really nice way to end out our stream. Go check out Neon Odyssey. Go check it out. Game Grumps, is that what you said? Yeah, they animated some Game Grumps stuff way back in the day. Like, they also did the animation on Starlight Brigade. I don't know, they've done a lot of stuff. They've been around for a while. All right. It looks cool. I think so, too. Good night, everybody. Thanks for coming. Stay alive, everybody. You're not allowed to die. See you all tomorrow.